Be right, you mad, yes, work hard, then play, bad bitch. My taste, we vibe, we lay, you perk, you gay, any jazz, love fame, on walk, got the same, 4 tell him up for time and time, 4 you know what I'm saying? Glad nigga learn, 4 each one that right. Niggas better get their weight up, you look like a bitch, worry about that pay cut, you look like a bitch. I ain't worried about nothing. These niggas look like a bitch. Yes. They rap how that little look like a bitch. Had to fuck around. I give me a rank up, you look like a bitch. And I'm going up, yeah, nigga, and I'ma take a sip. Hey, a nigga run down here. Tell him zip it, you dumbass, scary ass, wanna look like a bitch. And I ain't worried about nothing, nigga. Nah, I ain't worried about shit. I got more than one, so you know, nigga. Don't reminisce. I spit places on the damn beats, nigga. Better catch a bitch. Never do a goddamn make me scared to represent. You a whole ass dirty ass little damn body ass nigga. Get body with damn scripture with your little body ass nigga. Nigga, I'm a true priest, true line, nigga, true Zion ass. Loaded for your page line. Now nigga name the slayer. What you think when you be done to try something? Go shit, we bought it. You PK, you solid. Bitch think I'm crazy, think I'm playing. I bitch, I ain't the one. Walk out every day, so who is you, bitch? I don't need to love. Please right by the way. What you think I love this the hood? Shop on shit, I'm body. You be get you solid. Fuck nigga don't want walk. And enough clips in your arm. All the bitch wanna take my piece. All the hoe wanna take my piece. All the nigga wanna take my piece now. I can't let a dog take it from me. I can't let a dog take it from me. You a hoe, so they hear you dummy. And these bitches really out this bitch walk around like they don't know nothing. In the lane, nigga fall for him and get set up for the coins and get gunned down, man down, shit. Time to get down, no, but I see the solid and I show up. She can never get a free score. You a dirty ass, run stand, that bitch with a fake ass touring. In Tennessee while I'm touring. In Tennessee, but she luring. And a sucker duck bitch ass boy, fuck nigga over that big mug. And I say, get that nigga on wall, bitch. We ready. It ain't hard to find us. Hawk, I keep that stick. Loaded for your page line. Now, that nigga name is Slayer. What you think when you get done to try some cold shit? We bought it. You PK, you solid. Bitch, think I'm crazy. Think I'm playing. I bitch, I ain't the one. Walk out every day, so who is you, bitch? I don't need you. The love killers right by the way. What you think I love this? The hood, hood. More you bitch. Oh, your lame niggas than me. He can't put on sucker. You a little nigga than me. Face up, boy, I feel a beat, yo. AR 223. Draco with a magazine. That clip like in the suit. I shoot your ass in the why was your ass in the tip? With the pain.
This question coming in? The question, sir? Okay, you got it. Let's go ahead and start. Hey, did y'all tell her I came about class? Come on. Everybody should be inside for a class instead of outside. You just let them know. I appreciate it. All right, we live now? We live now. Let's back up for class down here in Austin, Texas. This is my second time teaching class down here, man. Big. What zones do we have on the live today? Let's give Milwaukee a hand.
We have Milwaukee in headquarters.
All right, Milwaukee headquarters. Let's give them a hand. Of course, Milwaukee headquarters. If y'all got any questions, just let us know in the back. We'll bring y'all on the screen. I'll take questions online and I'll take questions in the rooms. So we got questions in the room. Okay.
So, like your survey I made, I had a question in Genesis 10 about the genealogy of Japheth.
All right, let's get it.
Because to my understanding, I thought that all white people came from the Edomites. Like, so when I was reading it, it was saying that Gomer and Ashkenaz come from Japheth.
Right.
But I thought Japheth was the Hawaiians.
Japheth is the Hawaiians.
So when it says the sons of Gomer and Ashkenaz and
read the verse. Call out the verse you read.
It's the book of Genesis, chapter 10 and verse 2.
Right.
the sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog,
Right.
and Madai
Uh-huh.
and Javan
Uh-huh.
and Tubal and Meshach and Tyrus.
Right.
Tyrus.
And you want verse 3 too?
Come on. Verse 3. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Riphath and Garma. And verse 4. And the sons of Javan, Elisha and Tarshish, Katim and Dodenim.
So now your question is with Gomer Ashkenaz, right?
Come on.
So now everybody heard his question. He said he thought that Esau, all white people come from Esau. But here we have in Genesis 10:3, we have Ashkenazi. You know, the so-called Jewish man is called Ashkenazi, right? So who knows why? Yeah.
So like you said, so when I was reading it, I was kind of thinking, I know they steal everybody's culture.
That's it.
Come on.
Like the so-called Jewish man being called Ashkenaz is no different than the so-called white man being called American. Or even the Greeks. You know, Greeks are Japhet. Original Greeks are Japhet. They would be what you would call melanated people until Alexander comes in there, the Macedonians come in there, then they replace them. And one thing about the white man doesn't have culture. He's a culture bandit. In Genesis, the 3rd chapter, when it told the serpent that on his belly he shall go, did anybody understand what that means when it says on his belly he shall go? Who knows what that means? You know what it means? What does it mean?
Meaning he'll be low down and filthy. Like
that's what it means. What it means when it says that the serpent will on his belly he shall go. So think about the metaphor. That's right. Oh, they can hear me better with that. So that's blocking my voice. You did that on purpose? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So now in Genesis 3, I'm trying to see where it says it specifically to the woman. To Adam. In Genesis 3:14, when it says he was cursed above all cattle, above all every beast of the field, upon thy belly thou shalt go, and the dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. That's talk about the way that he lives. If you think about every nation or every land that the so-called white man has conquered and then became great, he destroys the people, and then he becomes the people. Right. You know, Egyptians became white. Cleopatra, people think Cleopatra is a black woman. That's not a black woman. When the Macedonians went over there, the Ptolemies went there and started mixing with them, then they just became Egyptians. Same thing when they went into Greece or the Greeks, they just became the Greeks. Same thing with us. They just became us. Right. So this is what you do have when the Ashkenazi, or when the so-called Jew battles you on him being an Israelite, and you saying he's not an Israelite. Ask him this question. Come on, sir. This is how I shut them up all the time. I go right here and say, well, how are you Ashkenazi and you a Jew? Break that down. So he's going to have to admit. Now, I'm going to say he stole both of them. Right. But he's going to have to admit that he stole something. So either he stole being an Ashkenaz or he stole being a Jew. So that's why you have the term Ashkenazi Jew, because when they went up in that region, they just became that people. Come on. Understand? Good.
So like you said, and that's why, is that why they have like the Russian icons? Like, because it was a different people, because Japheth was melanated.
That's why we had the Russian icons.
Oh, okay.
Russian icons is something that they created because of our rulership. Like when black people was ruling Europe, like when black people ruled Europe, the Russian icons became something that they kept in history to remember the old way that it looked, like all the pictures that are on this wall. We are the reason for the Russian icons. No sweat. All right. Any other? Now, what they did get from Russia, though, is that yarmulke that they wear on their head, that hat, that big black hat. That comes from Russia. That doesn't, like, you even if you go to Russia now, you'll see they got them hats. Right. They got a lot of fur on them and stuff like that. That whole custom that the so-called Jew man gets, it comes from Russia. All right. Any other questions in the room? Any questions online? I was like, your brother in the back.
Okay, sir. This is I had a question about 2nd Ezra chapter 15.
Yeah.
Specifically verse, where's it at? Slide you, sir. Come on. It was verse. Let me just read it.
You said second Ezra 15, right?
Co-concert.
Okay.
Verse 41.
Okay.
Let me get there. Second Ezra chapter 15, verse 41. When it says fire and hail and flying swords and many waters, that all fields may be full. It's referring to a war that's going on, but I was just curious of what it meant. But when it said flying swords,
Okay. So what is a sword? Sword is a weapon, right?
okay.
So the same thing. So the sword, when it says flying swords, that's just the methods of war that the enemies would use. Go up a couple verse. Read verse 40.
Second Ezra chapter 15, verse 40. The great and mighty cloud shall be puffed up full of wrath, and the star, that they may make all the earth afraid, and them that dwell therein. And they shall pour out over every high and eminent place and horrible star.
Keep going.
Verse 41. Fire and hail and flying swords and many waters, that all fields may be full, and all rivers with the abundance of great waters.
Yeah, so the flying of swords is just talk about warfare and the methods of war. But I will hold this and ask General Hyman. He'll go more in depth in it when he gets here.
Come on, sir.
All right, any other questions in the room? Any questions online? Okay. Let's go to Romans 2. Oh, go ahead.
So like you said, if I may, how do we determine what like our holy days and feast days, what days are going to be on in the years that we're following?
So what we do, that's determined. Go to Genesis 1 and I think it's 4. I think it's, wait 1 second. Yeah, Genesis 1 and 14, and read that.
Come on. It's the book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night.
Right.
And let them be for signs and for seasons.
Let them be for what?
For signs and for seasons.
So now, when it's talking about the lights in heaven, it's talking about the sun, the moon. You got one great light, which is the sun, the lesser light, which is the moon. And they work in conjunction for seasons. Like right now, we're in what's called the fall season, right? So now how we determine our feast days and the years is based on that. In the school, I know Jeremiah starts it. So I know he used to, I don't know if he still does, but Jeremiah would observe the moons. And so when you see the moons in the different phases that they have, that's how you determine if it's a new month. And based on the moons, that's how we create the time. So in the beginning of the year, 14 days after that, we have the Passover. Next day is Feast of Unleavened Bread. There's a certain amount of time after that, we have the next feast. That's how we line everything up. All right. Of course, the only feast or high holy day that doesn't change is the Sabbath, because it's every 7 days. That's another question, because sometimes people ask why the other dates change is because the moon cycles change.
Right.
But every 7 days don't change. It's just every 7 days.
Sir.
All right. Any other questions in the room? Does everybody know the Bible? No questions online? No sweat. So I got a debate. So let's see how smart you guys are, right? So let's go to Romans. Let's go to Romans, the 11th chapter. And I'll just pose a question. Go to Romans 11 and 13. Let's start. Matter of fact, let's start at verse 12. Wait. Start at verse 11. Somebody read Romans 11:11.
This is the book of Romans, chapter 11, verse 11. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall?
Now, the day that it's talked about is Israel. It says, have they stumbled that they should fall? Keep going.
God forbid.
God forbid.
But rather, through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles.
So how y'all gonna tell me that other nations can't be saved when this just said, rather through their fall, salvation is coming to the.
If I could,
Yeah.
well, I do know in the scriptures that it is
I
two.
don't know nothing. I just know that this just said salvation has come to the Gentiles to provoke y'all to jealousy. That's the problem with the Israelites. Y'all jealous because the other nations get salvation. It just said, we just reading it right here. Gentiles get saved. Now we was at camp and y'all ain't got no answer. I'd smoke all of y'all. Every last one of y'all. I could play a good Christian.
So like I said, if I could.
I could.
All right. What this is talking about is that at first, when the nation had split into two, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, the northern kingdom was put away from God.
I don't see northern kingdom in here, brother. I see.
Well, these are what the Gentiles are. That's talking about in this verse right here. These Gentiles are those that was.
Maybe I gotta make my screen bigger. I don't see it. It just say salvation is coming to the Gentiles.
Come on. The salvation is coming to the Gentiles is talking about those who was cast away from the commonwealth of Israel. Gentiles is not a. Well, I can ask you: is Gentile a nation?
The Gentile is nations. So that's everybody. Listen, the verse before that said, "Have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid." Who fell, brother?
God forbid.
No, who fell? I'm just asking you who fell.
The Jews fell.
That's the they is the Jews?
That's the they. They fell because when Christ came, they neglected Christ.
Right.
So
That's
because
Israel.
Right, that's just the Jews.
How you know that?
Because at that time, the northern nation was scattered.
The northern nation.
The northern kingdom of Israel.
You had Anna from Anna from Asher. She was in the kingdom. She was in Jerusalem. So other tribes are still there.
Other tribes were there, but at the point, like it says in Isaiah, the first chapter, the Lord did away with the other tribes.
Then why was that tribe there?
Well, not everybody was all scattered, but it had a couple people still there.
So it says in Hosea that some of them was gone?
Well, it says that the northern kingdom was done away with.
But we got the northern kingdom in the New Testament, Matthew. Come on, man. Listen, you're going to battle. You got the battle. So now what should you do? Now I'm out of the Christian mode, right? So now when it say Gentiles, you was on it when you talking about Gentile, right? So now here's what everybody should always do. If you're in a battle, even if you ain't seen the scripture before, just always know that person don't know what they talking about, right? Now read Romans 11:1.
It's the book of Romans, chapter 11, verse 1. I say then, hath God cast away his people? God forbid.
So what's the subject matter? What's the subject of Romans the 11th chapter? No, it ain't God's people. What's the subject of Romans 11? He got his hand.
It's like it, so they trying to say salvation is everybody.
That's not the subject. No, I ain't talking about what people gonna say. Based on what we just read, what's the subject matter? Die one.
If God's casting away his people.
That's the subject. So in Romans 11:11, can that be about other nations? Why? Because
the context in the first verse is talking about his people being cast away.
And so that's what you want to do.
Come on.
You want to get sometimes when you're reading the chapter, sometimes the context is right there in the verse because the chapter could start one way and then the middle could be something different. In this context, the first verse tells you, has God cast away his people? And he says, God forbid. Now, when you start talking about northern kingdom or Israelites scattered, and don't get caught up in using northern kingdom so much, because like I just showed, Anna the prophetess is still in the kingdom. Somebody could cut you. You just want to say scattered Israelites. Now can't nobody cut you. Can't nobody cut you when you say Israelites that are scattered because he's in Rome. So would that be Israelites scattered? Yes, that would absolutely be Israelites scattered. Now, when it comes to the term Gentile, and y'all really got to arm yourselves up with this Gentile thing, because a lot of these fake smart cats that think they know the Bible, they will think the Gentile is something that they can consistently use on you. And if you look up the definition of the word Gentile, it'll always omit non-Israelites, right? So now read the next verse after verse 11 when it says, I'm sorry. So what's the jealousy? So now if you say that the Gentiles is scattered Israelites, or northern kingdom, as you said, what's the jealousy? You got to be able to explain that. Anybody know what the jealousy is? Go ahead.
I could. The jealousy being from the Israelites that kept the law and the other ones that didn't. So they're jealous that they get a chance at salvation.
Okay, that's too good. You right. But don't make it seem like the Israelites that kept the law, because did the Israelites keep the law?
Wow.
No, they did. You want to say the Israelites that was in the land.
Con.
Because the Israelites, like the Sadducees and Pharisees, was hypocrites. So if you say kept the law, they might pull where Israelites did. But if you say the Israelites that was in the land felt like anybody outside the land, even though they was an Israelite, they could not come into the fold.
Con.
You want to say it like that, but what you're saying is correct. And who knows the perfect precept to break down the jealousy? Put your hand down. I'm gonna give y'all the best help. Christ gave it in the parable. What's the best precept to understand the jealousy? The die one?
Oh, the prodigal son.
The prodigal son is the best one. I think that's Luke 15 or something like that. In the parable of the prodigal son, it's a man that had two sons. And in the two sons, one took his inheritance, ran off, wallowed in mire and all that. And then he came back home. And when he came back home, because the father dressed him up and accepted him, the one that stayed was jealous of that. That's the only jealousy that it could be. It cannot be jealousy of other nations, because the Lord never dealt with other nations. Nor is there, and here's the other thing you got to ask. Where's a prophecy? I think you copied off me, bro. Where's a prophecy that the Lord will ever redeem other nations to provoke us to jealousy? It does not exist. So now you have to understand that too. Read the next verse.
Con. God forbid, for I also am an Israelite.
No, I'm sorry. And verse 12.
Verse 12, Con. It's the book of Romans, chapter 11, and verse 12. Now, if the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness?
So now it's like, if the falling of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles, how much more their fullness? So now both fell. Another good precept is Jeremiah, the 3rd chapter. Real fast, go to Jeremiah 3. Go to Jeremiah 3, and I'm gonna go to verse 7. Now, in your time, read the beginning of Jeremiah 3. That's when it talks about if a man put away his wife and we played the harlot. So you're going to read Jeremiah 3 and 7.
Con. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 3 and verse 7.
I'm sorry, start at 6.
Con. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 3 and verse 6. The Lord said also unto me in the days of Josiah the king, hast thou seen that which backsliding Israel hath done? She is gone up upon every high mountain and under every green tree, and there have played the harlot.
What's the harlot today? What's the harlot day up under the day? Remember, they say every green tree, everything. What's the harlot today?
Would it be America?
No, it'd be, well, that's true. America's the biggest harlot, but it would mainly be Halloween. Today, as y'all in here resisting the cares of the world, people in the world is dressing their kids up to go trick or treating. To show you how demonic it is, when y'all went and trick or treat when y'all was kids, what did your parents tell you about trick or treat?
If I could, they said it was like a evil day. It was a bad day.
But when you go through that, no, your parents said that?
They said that.
You got some good parents. My parents did not tell me that. But my parents did tell me something when I went trick or treating. As you go to each house and say trick or treat, and you get the candy or whatever you get, what did your parents tell you?
I think they said don't take candy from strangers.
No, they sending you to strangers, which is crazy. You know what's crazy about Halloween is all year round, don't talk to strangers except this day. They send you to the stranger's house to knock on the door where the stranger could snatch you in the house if they wanted to. But there's something that your parents would tell you to show you how evil this day is, young man.
Check the candy.
Not only check the candy, give him a hand. Not just check the candy. Don't eat the candy till you get home.
Oh, yeah.
Because them candy, listen, I went trick-or-treating. It was raisins in my candy. Raisins in the candy. So just imagine your parents want you to believe that this is tradition. This is the tradition that you're supposed to keep, where you send your kids out to get harmed, to get drugged, where they don't even trust where they're sending you. But the parents are supposed to be the protectors. That's the harlots that went under. Parents do not protect their children. And Halloween is the proof of that. Keep reading.
Khan. Verse 7. And I said, after she had done all these things, turn thou unto me. But she returned not.
And that's what the Lord has consistently done, has asked the children of Israel to turn back to him. And we consistently say no. And in this time, this is when the northern kingdom is not turning back to the Lord. Keep going.
Khan. And her treacherous sister, Judah, saw it.
And her treacherous sister, like, I know we like to boast, you the Judite. The only thing we got going for us is Christ. That's it. Judah is the worst tribe. That's in the Bible. Judah ain't got nothing but, I know Judah think they the bomb. You can't tell a black man or black woman they ain't the bomb. But look. But Judah is the worst tribe. They say the sin of Judah is like a diamond tip pen written on our heart. That's the sin of Judah. Now, and why is it? Because imagine if you're the younger son and you got your older brother and you see all the evil that your older brother is doing and the punishment that he's getting done to him, and he gets kicked out and you see it. If you do the same exact thing, you're worse than your brother, because you have a living example of what your parents would do if you disobey your parents, your brother. But that's why I'm saying her treacherous sister Judah saw it. So if Judah is seeing the northern kingdom kicked out, that's supposed to make Judah be like, man, I ain't gonna be like them. They got kicked. And if Judah would have been like that, then the northern kingdom couldn't come back. Then nobody would be able to come back. It would just be Judah, Benjamin, Levi, 3 tribes. That's all it would be. Keep going.
Khan, verse 8. And I saw, when for all the causes whereby backsliding Israel committed adultery, I had put her away and given her a bill of divorce.
So now he cuts the northern kingdom off, or he cuts Israel off. Judah sees it. For time's sake, go to verse 10.
Khan, verse 10. And yet for all this, her treacherous sister Judah hath not turned unto me with her whole heart. But finally, saith the Lord.
But finally, saith the Lord. So now, because she did worse than the northern kingdom or Israel, read verse 11.
Khan, verse 11. And the Lord said unto me, the backsliding Israel hath justified herself more than treacherous Judah.
That's why the northern kingdom gets to come back, because the backsliding Israel was justified more than the so the Lord looked at Judah worse than Israel, because Judah had a living example of the punishment and didn't repent. So now her evil justifies why Ephraim gets to come back, Manasseh gets to come back, all the tribes now get to come back. That's what Romans 11. Go back to Romans the 11th chapter. Y'all better be writing this down, because when y'all go out there in battle, don't say y'all wasn't taught.
Khan.
Y'all better remember these breakdowns. So Romans 11 and 12, when it says how much more their fullness, now when they both fall, the only thing the Most High can do that's right is allow them all to come back. And that's the argument that they had back then. Like, what happens in the Bible, which when you read in the Bible, don't make it mythological. Don't make it like it was like better times or worse times. It was exactly as it is now. You had men of the Lord trying to compel the children of Israel to get their stuff together. And you have men of the Lord telling, like in Rome, Paul is telling those Israelites that they can come back. And it's always our own people that's saying they cannot come back. And that's the battle. Now read verse 13.
Khan, this is the book of Romans, chapter 11 and verse 13. For I speak to you, Gentiles, and as much as I am the apostle of the Gentiles, I magnify mine office.
Keep going.
Verse 14. If by any means I may provoke to emulation them which are my flesh, and might save some of them.
Now that's another cut, because once he saved them that are my flesh, who's his flesh? Israel. Precept.
Okay.
Who got a precept? No, not you, good die. Who got a precept? No, not you, die. You can't answer. Who got a precept? How you gonna precept that them that are my flesh? That's Israel. Young man, what's your Hebrew name?
Young man Terrence.
Young man Terrence. All right, go ahead.
Con is the book of Romans, chapter 9 and verse 3.
Give him a hand. Young man studying. Young man Terrence is studying. Read that scripture out.
Con. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh. Verse 4, who are Israelites.
Who are what?
Who are Israelites.
So that's the only flesh he could have. Is Israelites. If you ever stuck battling some Christian on God love everybody, just read Romans the 9th chapter. You can't go wrong. That's like the most milkiest breakdown you could ever have. If we got questions online? I'll take the questions. I'm gonna give y'all one more good scripture on Gentiles. Go to Genesis 49. Is it 49? Might be Genesis 48. Let me see. Hold on one second. There's another one on Gentiles. When y'all teach about Gentiles in the Bible, and you say that I think it's Genesis 48. Is it Genesis 48? Give me 1 second. Wait, I'm sorry. It's not Gentile. It's going to be nations. I believe it's Genesis 48 and 19. Somebody read Genesis 48 and 19. You know how we always say that Israelites became other nations, right? Y'all know how we say that all the time. Israel became nations, and the Christians say that's not true. When they say Gentile, it's talking about non-Israelites. So somebody read Genesis 48 and 19. Now, just to give you a backdrop, this is when Joseph is bringing his two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, to Jacob to get the blessing. Manasseh is the oldest one. Ephraim is the youngest. So by right, Manasseh is supposed to get the blessing. Jacob is going to give it to Ephraim. But listen to what he says about Ephraim. Read.
It's the book of Genesis, chapter 48, verse 19. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly, his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations.
His seed shall become what?
A multitude of nations.
What tribe is he talking about? Ephraim, right? So technically, Ephraim is one tribe. But what did he say that one tribe will become?
Multitude of nations.
So now ask the Christian, what did those nations become? Just ask them. Prophecies don't fail. So if Ephraim was prophesied to become multiple nations, just ask them what those nations are. And then look up that word nation in Hebrew, and it'll be Goyim, which is Gentile. You understand? Now, you could do this with Ephraim. You could do this with Sarah and Isaac. When the Lord told Sarah she would become, nations would come from her. When we read in the Old Testament and you see about nations becoming, that's the Lord saying what's going to happen now. It's not happening then. And then you see it play out. I'll take the questions online now. Any questions in the room before I go? Dawada?
Hey, shalom, sir, Lord Christ.
Shalom, Lord Christ.
I did have a question about the soul, right? So at what point does the soul attach to like matter? Like, is it like in the sperm or is it like conception? At what point does the soul?
There was this video I saw, I think Mama Quad shared it, when they showed the sperm cracking the egg and that little light, they try to say that's when it is. So when conception happens, that's when the soul attaches. That's gonna be, you ain't saying soul, you want to say spirit. The spirit attaches when the egg is formed in the womb. All right. How you know that? Now give me a preset for that. How you know?
I went back to like well, I thought about when you were in the womb, I knew you.
That's Jeremiah 1:5. That's not really that though.
Is it a scripture that talks about the matrix?
Well, that's all the into the matrix. Let's talk about when you're coming out of the vagina.
Right. I'm
I
not
was
sure the
thinking more
precept.
so when Mary walked in the room. You was gonna say something, y'all desire?
You said it right now.
Nah, that's cap. Yeah, that's the one I was gonna say. What you just said right now is what I was gonna say. That go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
I was gonna say with Yahushua being born from Joseph and Mary, the first time it happened.
No, okay, now that's true, but that's not what I was gonna say. That's true. I'm talking about when Mary went into with Elizabeth and the baby leaped in the womb. That was the spirit of Elijah from the womb. So you can use what you said as well. But those are clear examples that from the womb it had the spirit of Elijah. It didn't need to come out of the womb to have that spirit. Jacob and Esau is an example. What was they doing? They was fighting each other in the womb. That's like, so you can use those as an example. But when they in your scrotum, there ain't no spirit. You ain't got a whole bunch of spirits in your scrotum. Just walking around with spirits and shit. Nah, you ain't walking around like that all the time. Any other questions in the room? I'll take the questions online.
Khan, sir. A brother, Nata Shah has a question. Can he get a breakdown on the book of Levi, chapter 10, verse 1? And his question, so I get the book of Leviticus, chapter 10, verse 1. And his question is, what is strange fire? I can read it?
Yeah. Leviticus what?
Chapter 10 and verse 1. It's the book of Leviticus, chapter 10 and verse 1. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either of them his censer and put fire therein and put incense thereon and offered strange fire before the Lord, which he commanded them not.
Read it again.
Khan. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either them his censer and put fire therein and put incense thereon and offered strange fire before the Lord, which he commanded them not.
So what does this mean? Just think about structure. It'd be very easy. He says, what is the strange fire? That's the question, right?
Khan.
Okay, what's the strange fire? So now when you read the Leviticus, the 9th chapter, you'll see that they was giving sacrifices to the Lord. The Lord devoured them, took them just fine. Now Leviticus 10, they put a strange fire. So how would you answer that? Y'all desire, you need a mic, y'all, if you're gonna talk.
If I may add one, that would be fire that is for the purpose of an idol, as opposed to being
right
for the Most High.
Right, that's an unauthorized sacrifice, a sacrifice that the Lord did not ordain or give them to do. That's what a strange fire is. Like Halloween is a strange fire. Christmas is a strange fire. Them abortions, when you're passing your children through the fire, all of that is a strange fire to the Lord. All right, I'll take the next question.
Khan.
And the zones in New York and headquarters in Milwaukee. If y'all got questions, just let us know.
My sister has a want to get a general breakdown on the book of Titus, chapter 3, verses 5 through 7. This is the book of Titus, chapter 3, verse 5. Not by works of righteousness, which we have done, but according to his mercy, he saved us by the washing of regeneration and renewing of the Holy Ghost. Holy Spirit, Salakia. Verse 6, which he shed on us abundantly through Jesus Christ, our Savior.
So she want a general breakdown on this?
Khan.
Okay, read verse 5. Start at verse 4.
Khan. It's the book of Titus, chapter 3 and verse 4. But after that, the kindness and love of God, our Savior, toward men appeared.
This is a good one, right? Because it starts off saying that the kindness and love of the Most High, our Savior, toward man appeared. Don't let them make you think that that's talking about all men on the planet. That's talking about Israel. So now we're going to read about the kindness that the Lord gave. Keep going.
Verse 5. Not by works of righteousness, which we have done.
What does that part mean? Not by works of righteousness. What does that part mean? which we have done. It says, not by works of righteousness, which we have done. What does that part mean?
It's like, sir, if I may, is it us?
When he gonna be an officer? Young man, ready. Man, yeah. Young man, ready. Good, young man. How long you been in the school?
Since May, sir.
Good.
Come on, sir. Is it him following? Is it our people following the law, the works of righteousness?
Are people following the law? So explain to me what you mean when you say that.
With the works of righteousness, it's like righteousness is us following the law.
Well, it says not the works of righteousness which we have done.
I was saying
so
not.
This kindness came from the Lord, but not by works of righteousness which we have done. So what does that mean?
It's saying not by us following the law, but
not necessarily by us following the law. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just because.
What is the point of? So when think about people that think they work righteousness, how would you work righteousness? How would you do that?
I just keep going back to following the law.
That is true. Following the law. Did we follow the law?
Law, sir.
That's why it's not by works of righteousness.
Right.
Because all of our righteousness is what to the Lord? Who knows? In the back? You can just say it. A filthy rag. So we don't have no boasting of righteousness. And that's important because you can be puffed up to think that you got this gift from the Lord because of something you did. You did absolutely nothing. If the Lord was to examine your life, the stuff that you forgot, he's going to remember. So it has nothing to do with any righteousness that you did, right? You was going to say something in the back, brother? Right there. Behind, no. Oh, no, I'm talking about behind Terrence. I thought you had your hand raised up.
Oh, it was Lord to say that.
Okay, no sweat. Keep reading.
Not by works of righteousness which we have done, but according to his mercy he saved us.
And what did he save you from? What did he save you from?
I could.
Yeah, you could.
You save you from death?
Yeah, that's about the cleanest you can make it. Like without Christ and without the mercy from the Lord, everything that we did, we would have to die for. Like if we was in the kingdom, they would come to you and say, oh, you committed adultery, you committed murder, you was a fornicator, whatever it is, required a debt. So you were saved from the debt, which is why when Christians say once saved, always saved, doesn't make sense. Or when they believe that they've saved, it doesn't make sense. He didn't save you perpetually, meaning no matter what you do from this moment going forward, he saved you from the debt that you owed at that moment. Now, when it says the washing of regeneration and renewing of the Holy Spirit, what does that mean? So now you're saved. Now you're getting washed in regeneration and renewing of the Holy Spirit. What does that mean? I got to know these answers, man. Yeah.
If I could, like the regeneration, meaning like you died and came back to try.
Washing of regeneration.
Washing of regeneration. So like in a spiritual sense.
Meaning what?
Like spiritually, you've been washed in the renewing of the Holy Ghost.
No, it don't say spiritually you've been washed. It's saying washing of regeneration and renewing of the Holy Spirit. The washing means something. What does that mean?
The changing of your spirit.
How you do that?
You come to class.
Give him a hand. Because what is the washing? The washing is now you come to class to get the questions answered. Okay, I'm saved from this. Now, how do I stop this? How do I stop lusting after women? How do I stop getting high? How do I stop selling drugs? All of the things that you was once doing in your past life, if you don't come washed, if you don't come to a place to get washed, you'll need saving again, except you won't get saved. You'll just get punished. So that's why when the regeneration, that's not physical because you don't physically die, but you spiritually die. So the washing of the regeneration and renewing of the spirit is you relearning how to live your life. You see how you come as a young man, like young man Terrence, or you come as a baby, it's so that you can now drink milk. Everybody, soon what I've noticed about brother when they come and find out they're Israelite, they want the hardest breakdowns known to man. They don't never want milk. As a baby, you can't chew meat. You can't even digest it. Your body can't. So spiritually, you can't understand things that are meat. You have to understand things that are milk. If I was to ask y'all a meat question, you may not know. All right. Keep read verse 6.
Khan, verse 6, which he shed on us abundantly through Yahushua our Savior.
That's pretty self-explanatory. And when it says abundantly, do not hesitate to think that that's forever. Hebrews 10:26 says, if you sin willfully after receiving the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins. So Christ didn't die for you to sin again and then think he's gonna be okay with that. You gonna say something to that one?
If I could, sir, I had a question on verse 5. And it says, not by works of righteousness which we have done. Can you break it down with the punishments of the law?
Yes.
Kind of like how the Pharisees and Sadducees, it was the best way I could explain is like dirty cops. They thought that
That's the only way to explain.
Right. They thought as much drug dealers they get off the streets, or they did drugs made them righteous.
Not only did they do drugs, what else did they do? They robbed the drug dealers.
Right.
They worked for the drug dealers. But if they locking 30 drug dealers up and letting this one drug dealer slide and pay him, they think they're a good cop. They're a decorated cop. When they get buried, the pipes blade on, the Irish people come out and blow them horns and everything for them, even though they are a dirty cop. But in their mind, they're not a dirty cop. That's exactly how you break that down. When it says we have done, we believe that we're righteous. And if anybody ever wants to break it down, John the 8th chapter, when Christ brought that woman. And if I ever paraphrase scripture, especially for young men, just ask us to go to it. Do y'all know what John the 8th chapter says? Who knows what John 8? Raise your hand if you know what John 8 chapter says. All right, let's go to John 8 chapter. Because not enough of y'all raise your hand. That would die. You ain't even have your hand raised up. You don't know John 8 chapter? Let's go to John 8 chapter. This is a perfect way to understand the unrighteousness of the Sadducees, but they thought they was righteous. And this is what Paul is writing to Timothy. Go to John 8 and 3. Whoever has it, you can read it.
Khan, this is the book of John, chapter 8 and verse 3. And the scribes and Pharisees brought unto him a woman taken in adultery.
They brought this woman taken. Now read, keep going.
Khan. And when they had set her in the midst.
Now they get this woman taken in adultery. Set her in the midst, meaning imagine them coming in here. They bring the woman slap, bring her right in here. Right? Keep going.
Khan, verse 4. They say unto him, Master, this woman was taken in adultery in the very act.
Now that's rough. You know what that means? In the very act, man, and they snatched her right off the rock, right off, and brought her out into the field. That's crazy. Yeah. That's wild. That's wild. They say in the very act. I don't know what act she would be doing that make me want to run up in there. Anyway, so now, yeah, and then bring her out in front of everybody. Right? Keep going.
Khan, verse 5. Now Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned.
Now this is how they thought they was righteous. They snatch her out in the very act of adultery, and they say Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned. Read.
Khan. But what sayest thou?
Now why are they asking them that? You scared to raise his hand now. Go ahead, I'm gonna let you answer that one. No, you probably didn't think I was gonna let you answer, but go ahead.
They were the Pharisees and Sadducees were trying to find a way to make Christ guilty.
All the time. Like it was always a battle. That's why I tell you, like today ain't nothing different than back then. When you go outside, the same way the church wants to battle you, the Muslims want to battle you, the drug dealers want to battle you, the same way they wanted to battle Christ. And they had their own disciples, they had their own camps, they had their own everything. And that's what it is. It's always a battle. And so if they can get Christ to go against the law of Moses, they would have a reason to punish him. They would have a reason to say he's a heretic, even though they're the heretics. Keep reading.
Khan, verse 6. This they said, tempting him, that they might have to accuse him.
Mhm.
But Yahushua stooped down and with his finger wrote on the ground,
Mhm.
as though he heard them not.
And that's always like Christ was like cold. If you want to learn how to battle, Christ is one of the ones to watch. So he's ignoring them and he just put a finger across the ground, just like that. He didn't answer him. He didn't say nothing. Keep going.
Khan, verse 7. So when they continued asking him, he lifted up himself.
He still wait till he came through. Barak, Yahweh.
You would think with all this technology, a grown man could not get lost. Somehow it still happened. We found a way. Wrap it up. Everybody understand. All right. Somos la Escuela Israelita de Conocimiento Práctico Universal. Comenzamos 1 West de Calle 125, Harlem, Nueva York, desde 1969, debajo del mando. General Yahana, carnales, esta es la verdad. Si tú eres hombre español, negro o indio nativo, tú eres Israel, el pueblo elegido de Dios. Tu madre y tu padre dicen que somos un culto y mantienen su iglesia para culpable de todo, almost, de todo lo que nos están pasando. Órale. All right. I'll take your questions, Akwafim and Akim. I'll try to do a brief question answer statement because I'm so short with the time. And then, of course, I will get into this breakdown. Questions, preguntas. Come on.
Salakia, sir, if I may, can I get a breakdown, a general breakdown of Genesis 3 and verse 22, sir?
No problem, Mark, of course. Whenever you're ready.
Come on, Khan. It's the book of Genesis, chapter 3 and verse 22. And the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil.
This is speaking about Adam, correct?
Come on, Khan.
This is when Adam, everybody knows the story of creation. The Most High God created Adam on the seventh day because this was not a physical creation. It was spiritual, much like the creation that you and I went through. The Most High God gave Adam the instructions on how to rule the planet Earth. He prepared for him a garden in the midst of a wilderness, which would have given him power over all of the other people that were around at that time. The problem is the other people that were around at that time seduced Adam's wife, and she seduced him. So now Adam understood what he was never supposed to understand. The best way for you to understand it is there's a man that doesn't smoke weed, that doesn't sniff coke, that doesn't have sex with unscrupulous women. And then there's a man who has done it and is trying to stop. Those are two different men. Do you understand? Adam and Eve, then they would know good and evil. Before that, they only knew good. Do you understand? They didn't know good and evil. They would be now like the angels are. The angels know why they are telling you not to smoke weed. Do you understand? The angels know why you should never try pork. The angels know why you should never do drugs. The angels know why. Now, you don't know why, but the angels do. You can liken it unto a father. Many of you, you'll have a father that will tell you, listen, man, don't go down that street. Don't go to that house. Don't ever try that. Now, you'll hear your father say that, and you'll think, that's my old man. He's telling me that. He's telling me that. And some of you will listen to him. Some of you won't. Well, what your father maybe is not expressing to you is that he drove down that street. He went into that house. He did that thing. He knows good and evil. He doesn't want you to know it. Do you understand?
Come on.
Because once you know good and evil, then now you can become what? powerful in that evil. You understand? Now, because you understand evil and you understand good, now you can absolutely become powerful in choosing the wrong thing, which is what you see right now. That's what our people have done. Become absolutely ruthless and powerful in choosing something terrible when we were supposed to be good kids that obeyed their father. You understand?
Come on, Khan, sir.
Was there more?
Come on, Khan.
Please.
Come on, Khan. And now let he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever.
So now what are you going to have now? Now this cat who knows good and evil, who knows about cocaine, crabs, weed, illicit sex, now he'll eat also of the tree of life and live forever. And do what with that life? I'm asking you.
Wasted.
Wasted. Exactly. He'll waste it. Because now he understands the temptations that he was never supposed to understand. He tasted the temptations that he was never supposed to know how good it was to have that kind of sex, to smoke that kind of weed, to sniff that kind of coke. Now he knows it. And he also lives in the Garden of Eden. And he also has the cleanest water, the freshest streams, and every opportunity to what? Live forever. You can't have both of them. You're not going to get both. You want to be evil? You want to decide good? Get out of my house and do it. You understand? Liken it unto your father who's providing everything for you. You don't work. You don't slave. He takes care of you. He feeds you. He clothes you. And you go sell drugs. You understand? So now if he keeps housing you, my God, man, like you'll get the entire neighborhood hooked on drugs because you have your father and your mother to get you out of prison, and you have them to take care of you. You have them to hide you, and you sell drugs. Now, you want to sell drugs, you'll have to lose this garden. You understand? You'll have to lose the tree of life. The tree of life is in the midst of the garden, meaning you'll have to get out of God's house if you want to continue in that sin. That's the best way to understand. Because you can't have both. You understand? All right?
Come on.
Good to go? Gracias. Próximo preguntas. Anything else? Any other questions? Please, in the back.
Come the water, sir. Can I get a breakdown on Deuteronomy 17 and 15, Baruch Shah?
Of course, Warrior. No problem. Go ahead and read it. You know what? Since I'm in Austin, I don't usually do this, but I might have a drink tonight. A special occasion. You know, if I can. He wouldn't happen to have a little scotch or tonic water. If not, don't worry about it. There's no big deal at all. But if you have any, I'll take it. You know, that's all. You twist my arm about it. Sure, okay, I'll have a drink. Fine. If that's what I got to do to make y'all happy, please, Warrior.
Khan, this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 17, verse 15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose.
This is a classic UPK voting precept. You want to be ready for these. You got to go out in the street with all these. I'll give you a few more tonight. About voting. Meaning, okay, voting on its surface is not unlawful, but the choices provided are unlawful. Do you understand? This is how you choose a king. The Israelites can absolutely choose a king. The Most High God wanted us to choose judges, not kings. He didn't want that. I'll go into that tonight if I have a minute. He didn't want us to choose kings, but the other nations had kings. And we, of course, wanted to be just like them. So the Most High God suffered our immaturity. And he said, fine, I'll give you a king. But if you're going to have a king, here are the rules. All right? You must choose someone. Read that again.
Come, verse 15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose.
That's step one. You see, the problem with America is that the Electoral College chooses the president, not the people, not the voters, but some gaggle of rich white men whoever, I don't know who they even are. You might be able to look it up by now, but they decide who the president is. For I think the last 8 elections, the Democrats have won the popular vote and still lost the presidency. I think it's 8. Hillary Clinton got more votes than Donald Trump. I forget the cat who battled against George Bush. Al Gore, he got more votes than George Bush, but he didn't get more electoral college votes because the electoral college chooses the president. All right. God has to choose our leader. God has to choose our king, not the people, not democracy, but God has to choose our king. That's step one. Please.
Khan, one from among thy brethren.
Here's the other part. It has to be a brother. It can't be a woman. Kamala Harris, whatever nation she is, could never be our king. Never. Because it must be one from among your brethren, meaning it cannot be another nation and it cannot be a woman. You understand?
Khan, sir.
Continue.
Shall set thou king over thee.
Mm-hmm.
Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee.
I think you understand that.
Khan, which is not thy brother.
You could never make Kamala Harris, who's a white woman, or Donald Trump, who's a white man. You could never set any of them over you as king. It would be unlawful. The choice would be unlawful. You understand? Go ahead. Was that it up?
Khan, sir.
Gracias, please.
What, sir?
Please have a seat. Questions? We good here. You understand all things, all mysteries of God. No problem. I'll move on to something else. Any questions online? Go ahead.
Our brother, the warrior Allah, has a question. He wants a general breakdown on the book of Luke, chapter 21, verses 25 through 26.
No problem.
I can go ahead and read it, sir.
Please.
It's the book of Luke, chapter 21, and verse 25. And there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars, and upon the earth the stress of nations.
Yeah, I believe he's asking a question about the signs with the sun and the moon and stars. Those are not literal. All right. The signs in heaven and the signs with the sun and the moon and the stars are not speaking about the actual sun and moon. You know that because the Most High God said, be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. We have a rule where we're not allowed to look into the sky and be afraid. It's a rule in the Bible. So then what is this speaking about? This is speaking about the figurative great lights in our lives, right? You have the sun and the moon, which are the major lights in the day and in the night. The Most High likens these lights to wisdom and knowledge because you need this light in darkness. Without these lights, you would dwell in darkness. The Most High God likens wisdom and knowledge unto the sun and the moon. The stars also. Why? Because you look up to the stars, right? Other people idolize the stars. We also have stars that people idolize. There are Kamala Harris and Donald Trump and Will Smith and your favorite rapper and your favorite singer and your favorite movie star, Hollywood movie stars. I said that by accident. They're called movie stars because those are the people you look up to. You're going to see signs in your celebrity world. You're going to see signs that let you know that Jesus Christ is coming back. You're going to see signs when it comes to information and what people understand and what they don't understand. It will be a sign that Jesus Christ is on the way back. People, when I was younger in the truth, I mean, the things that we taught where no one understood them. They're common knowledge right now. Things that we learned that no one knew, no one understood. Now they're accepted by the majority of blacks and Hispanics. That's a sign because it was not like that 20 years ago. It was completely different. And you'll see it in your time in the truth, where people will begin to know something that no one knew, that no one ever accepted. You could not speak against a preacher when I came up in the truth. Good models at us. We did it and they called the police. Now everyone knows that preachers are lustful monsters who prey on people. That was something, brother, that when we said it, the police came, the people hated us, and they threw things at us. That's what happened. If you spoke against T.D. Jakes and Creflo Dollar, now it's common knowledge. That's a sign in the sun and the moon, a sign in the stars. Everyone understands, right?
Okay.
Are we good? Are we good here? Or is there anything else?
There's more questions online.
Please.
Sister wants to get a breakdown on the book of Romans, chapter 3 and verse 31.
No sweat.
I could, sir?
Please.
It's the book of Romans, chapter 3 and verse 31. Do we then make void the law through faith? God forbid.
God for what?
God forbid.
So read one verse above it.
Khan. Verse 30, seeing it is one God, which shall justify the circumcision by faith.
Seeing that there is one God which shall justify the circumcision. That's what you need. What is the circumcision? The Israelites who were raised to keep the law from the time that they were a baby. They were called the circumcision because you had to be circumcised when you were 8 days old, which meant that your father and your mother were dedicated to the law of Moses, and they made sure to dedicate you, which means you were raised in the truth. You can liken that today to being baptized when you were a baby. If your parents took you to that whorehouse and put water on your head when you were a baby, that meant that your parents were Christians and they were raising you to be a Christian. Well, in Israel, if you were circumcised, that meant that your parents obeyed the law and they were raising you to obey the law. And they were called the circumcision, their people. Everyone understands. So there is one God that's the God of the circumcision. Go ahead.
And uncircumcision
And
through
the
faith.
same God is the God of the uncircumcision. Who is the uncircumcision? The people whose parents were sinners and they did not keep the commandments of God. They were castaways from the commonwealth of Israel. They were people that didn't obey the law. David said this about his mother. He said, in sin did my mother conceive me. In sin did she raise me up. That was David's family. And in the Bible, if your parents were sinners, you could not come around Israel. You were a castaway. You were exiled. That soul, that same soul, shall be cut off from his people. So your mother was a whore and your father had sex with her, and you are the product of that sin. Don't think about coming into the temple on the Sabbath day. The minute you stand up and present your lineage, they're going to take you and throw you out. Because that no child that came from that woman or that man can come around Israel. Those were the rules. They're in the book of Genesis, young brothers and sisters, all right? But here's what Jesus Christ came to do. He knew that there was one God of the people that kept the law and the God of the people that didn't keep the law. They're all Israelites, but they're separate because one was given the law and kept it. The other was never given the law. Now, what unifies them? The people who were given the law, they broke the law. The people who were circumcised at 8 days old, they still grew up and ate pork. I'll give you a precept. They eat swine's flesh behind every tree. It's in Jeremiah, Isaiah. There's a big misconception with Christians when they read about the Sadducee and Pharisee. Most of your grandmamas and abuelas, they know about that. They know about the Sadducee and Pharisee. The problem is they think they kept the law, and they think that the people who love Jesus never kept the law. The Sadducee and Pharisee did not keep the law. The Jews did not keep the law. They didn't do it. They acted like they were law keepers, but they were not. Do you have what I want?
Go
ahead, read it, please.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 66.
Now, this is the Old Testament, not the New Testament. The Old Testament, the book of Isaiah. Go ahead.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 66 and verse 17. They that sanctify themselves.
They that do what?
Sanctify themselves.
What does it mean to sanctify yourself? To wash. Why do they wash themselves? Because they've been unclean for 7 days. So they purify themselves in the gardens, as the Bible tells you to do after you've been unclean. For you brothers, I heard of some brothers that love baptism. This is for you right here. I heard there's a whole coalition of water people that want to dip themselves in water. Go ahead, brother. You might need a bath. No one is stopping you from doing it. But I'm just trying to tell you that doesn't make you a good person doing something like that, because they sanctified themselves. They cleansed themselves. Keep going.
And purify themselves.
Oh, they washed. They washed just as the law says to wash. They washed. Keep going.
And purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst.
So now behind one tree in the gardens, they're washing with water. They're getting baptized. Hallelujah. They're cleansing themselves because they were unclean. That's behind one tree. And then there's another tree. Go ahead.
Eating swine's flesh.
Doing what?
Eating swine's flesh.
That's the Jews, the great law keepers, the Sadducee and Pharisee. The circumcision were circumcised and they still didn't keep the commandments of God. The Uncircumcised were never taught to keep the commandments, and they didn't keep the commandments of God. But there's one God over both. So what did the Most High God provide? He provided a way for the people who were circumcised to repent, to change, and he called them saints because they were Israelites who were taught the truth, but then they rebelled against it. They did not keep it. And then he took the people who were never given the law, but they wanted it because they knew it was the law of their ancestors. And he cleansed them of their past and their ignorance, and he brought both of them together, brand new, born again. That's what they have in common. They both get a chance. The people who learned about the law when they were children, the people that never heard of it until they saw you at camp. Both of you get a chance to change. Everyone understands? Please. Is that a question?
Comic Con, so it's more online as well if you want
All
to
right,
take.
come on.
Shalom, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
You got it. You from the UK, right? Give him a hand. I see you, UK.
Hey, shalom, everyone. Yabashim Shabakata. I got a question.
All right, Phil, you filming the brothers out? Film the brothers that have the questions so we can put it online, all right? Go ahead, out.
I have a question in Revelations chapter 20 and from verse 7.
Or live stream it. That's probably preferable if you have it. Go ahead.
Revelations chapter 20 and verse 7 and 8.
Please.
And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth.
Okay, we are in the time right now when Satan was already released and he is deceiving the nations right now. This is a prophecy for after the time of the Renaissance, right? Remember, during the time when John had this revelation, the Romans were in absolute authority. That's why he was in prison. But then a time came when the Romans fell. You understand? John got the vision about Rome falling while he was in jail. These same people who had him in prison, the angel came and told them that they were going to fall and go into prison. You understand? So he knew that the Romans, although they're in power right now and they murdered his brother, James, but he knew that one day they were going to fall. But then he also knew that they would be released from that prison. You and I are living in the time after they've been released. This is a prophecy for the Dark Ages. That's what history calls them, or used to call them, the Dark Ages. It's a time when white supremacy was not the ultimate power on the earth. Right now, white supremacy is so powerful, it's amazing. Donald Trump is such an example of how strong white supremacy is.
That's right.
White supremacy is so strong that if you are a racist white man, they don't care if you have felonies. They don't care if you're stupid. They don't care if you are a bad businessman. They don't care if you cheat on your wife. They don't care if you're Christian, because Donald Trump represents white supremacy. You understand that belief that school doesn't make you smart, where you live doesn't make you good, but simply being white makes you better than everyone else. That is the most powerful force on the planet right now. There is nothing more powerful than that. And Donald Trump is the evidence of it. Everything that you learned in the past you could not do and be president, he did. He's doing it. Why? Because of the one thing he's doing, which is exalting whiteness and being white. And when I say being white, I mean being born better than everyone else by nature, because you are white and they are black and Hispanic. Believing that every Puerto Rican is garbage, every Mexican is garbage, every black and Haitian is garbage, which would mean if I'm a truck driver with an eighth grade education, I'm better than all of them because I'm white. Donald Trump represents that, and that's why he's so powerful. That's them free now to deceive the nations. But during the time of the Dark Ages, that philosophy was not free. You had black men like Servius Septimius and Persinius Niger, and the gladiators that rose up out of the Roman Colosseums to destroy Rome and to take it over. And many people like Saint Maurice, who's a patron saint of the Catholic Church today, who was a black man who came up during the same exact time. You didn't have to be white to be perfect. Now, brother, being white is the most important thing in the world. It's what matters most, because those demons are free to lie, which is what this precept is about. Them being free to lie, and their lie works. Donald Trump is the proof that their lie is absolutely working. That's what this precept is about. Do you need more? You just tell me, all right?
Can't say if I could get the next part. And shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle.
Gog and Magog. Gog is speaking about Russia. Magog are the countries who are unified with Russia.
Right.
The countries who are of Gog. So Gog is Russia. Magog would be North Korea. Magog would be Uzbekistan. What's that? Georgia. The countries all around the world who are on Russia's side.
Right.
Iran would be Magog.
Okay.
Right? Because they unify with Russia and they're going to fight the great whore, which is America. They're going to fight America with all of the countries that unify with America. That fight is called World War III. That's what that fight is. This is something we always taught, and everyone said we were crazy.
Right.
Now everyone believes that we are at the brink of World War III. That's a sign in the stars, a sign in the sun and the moon. Everyone understands.
Okay.
Please, anything else?
So like if I could, so where it says Gog and Magog, so that's referring to Russia and everyone allying with Russia,
Yes.
fighting like America and
Yes.
Britain.
Come.
Cancer.
To what?
The water.
Please. Please, shout down.
Shalom, sir. Y'all Kamakan, shalom, sir. Y'all about Sylvia, sir. Brakatha. Can you hear me, sir? Salakia, General. Can you hear me, sir? Salakia. One moment.
Take another one while I'm waiting. Please, you got it, right here. Brother, the microphone right here.
So like you say, it's by May. It's second Esdras chapter 6 verse 2. Is that a prophecy from the other nations to get ready for World War III and prepare for their destruction?
Please read it.
This is the book of second Esdras chapter 16 verse 2. Gird up yourselves with cloths of sacks and hair. Beware your children and be sorry, for your destruction is at hand.
That's absolutely what you just said. Give him a hand. It's a precept for the other nations. World War III is coming. It's obviously coming. It's coming. Now you think about that when you think about the kind of life that you lived yesterday, the type of drugs that you were chasing, the type of whores that you were running around with, the type of nonsense you were doing on social media. And you think about that. World War III is at hand. All right? Tawada, you correct, warrior. Next, Proximo.
I'm gonna try Chicago again, sir.
Go ahead.
Hey, shalom, Salakia, sir. Can you hear us?
Chicago, can you hear me?
Khan, we can hear you. Can you?
One more time? Then no Travis. See me one more time, please, warrior.
You might have to get out and get back in.
No, I hope not. Damn it, this is ridiculous. Hey, shalom, y'all about Sylvia, sir. Salakia, sir, can you hear us?
We'll get another question on my side.
Yeah, God, I'm Salakia, sir.
All right. This brother asked, could he get a breakdown on the book of Isaiah, chapter 44, verses 3 through 5?
Okay.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 44, verse 3. For I will pour water upon him that is thirsty, and floods upon the dry ground. I will pour my spirit upon them. This is the book of Isaiah, the 44th chapter and the 3rd verse.
Is there anything in specific?
Just a general breakdown.
All right, go one verse above it.
Khan. Verse 2. Thus saith the Lord that made thee and formed thee from the womb.
You get that right. Thus saith the Most High God that made thee, I appreciate you, and formed thee from the womb. What? And formed thee from the womb, speaking about the Most High God, who our creator. This is what he said. Go ahead.
Khan. Which will help thee.
Which will what?
Help thee.
That's what's important to understand, man. All of us in this room and all blacks and Hispanics all over the world, we are in suffering every day. We're in pain. In pain mainly because of childhoods that were really unbearable for a child. Things that we've been through in our lives. Parents that were given a baby without wisdom, without understanding, and without discipline. really just continuing the pain of their childhood. That's really all your parents could do. Your parents would got pregnant, had you, and just did whatever happened to them when they were kids. Just taught you whatever they learned. They just passed traumas to you. Let me show you something. Who's a warrior? Where's Godiwan at? The water. Let me get the study that they did about 10 years ago, I think. I'll show you where so much of your life actually comes from. All right, but keep going, keep reading the scripture. When you're ready, let me know. Go ahead. Keep reading.
Sir. Which will help thee.
Which will do what?
Help thee.
But the Most High God will help you, man. You cannot lose hope. You cannot lose hope because the Most High God will help you. And it doesn't seem like he will. It seems like you're fighting against the wind. It seems like you're waving yourself for air while it's 100 degrees outside. It seems like that your struggle is meaningless and you cannot stop the pain you're in every day. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's all Satan trying to make you quit. And you cannot do it. Everyone understands. Why? Because the Most High God will help you. The water warrior. Keep going.
Fear not, O Jacob,
Read
my
that again.
servant. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant.
Now we know who the Most High God is talking to. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant. Who is Jacob? Jacob's name was changed to Israel because he did not give up when he wanted a blessing. He didn't quit. He fought. Life is about war, and there is nothing else in life. There's a famous quote from, I believe, I forget the name of this poet, but it was so eloquent to understand physical war, and it also applies to spiritual war. He said that war is an abhorrent obscenity that is preferable to subjugation. War is terrible, and no one wants to go through war, but it's better than being a slave. And that's why people do it. That's why countries fight every day. That's why countries fight each other and invade each other and kill each other. Why? They hate death like you hate death. They hate destruction the same way you hate destruction. But it's better than being someone's slave. That's better. Well, here's the problem in your life. You avoid the fight in here, the fight in here, the fight against drug addiction. The fight against the past, the fight against your childhood traumas. You avoid that fight and you get high and you get drunk because you don't want to go to war. But it is fighting is better than being a slave. If you don't fight drug addiction, if you don't fight your past, if you don't fight your traumas, you are going to be a slave. And you have to decide that the pain of fighting is better than being a slave. It's better than subjugation. You have it, Godiwan? Check this out. Let me stop right there where you are. Let me show you scientific proof to what I just said. All right? Go ahead, Art.
In a 2013 study published in Nature Neuroscience.
Now think how long the UPK has been teaching this. In 2013, they proved something that Commanding General Yohana has been teaching for 45 years. Keep going.
Researchers at Emory University found that mice could pass on a fear of cherry blossoms to their offspring.
They found out in 2013 that mice could pass on fear. Mice. And they did a test. And they realized that mice could pass on fear of cherry blossoms. A cherry blossom is like a little flower, right? Keep going.
To their offspring.
To their what?
Offspring.
Meaning over generations, the fear of this cherry blossom began to be in brand new generations who had never went through it, who had never went through the fear of cherry blossoms. The babies were afraid when they were born of this cherry blossom. This is how they did it. Keep going.
Through their DNA.
Through their what?
DNA.
Through their DNA. Meaning literally this fear was passed through nothing but blood. The baby mice did not experience what the older mice experienced. Over time, the fear got into the blood. I'll explain the test. Captain, please. Captain, that's the point. Please say it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. They took the males and just mated them with females that had not experienced the trauma, and then the children still was afraid of the tree.
Brother, it's what we teach. Let me give you the test. They had these cherry blossoms, which mice like to go eat. So they took the male mice, and every time a male mouse went to eat this cherry blossom, he would step on a pad when he went to go eat it, and he would get electrocuted. He'd get a shock every time. And so he's hungry and starving. But every time he puts his foot on this pad to eat this food, he gets shocked. Then they took those males and mated them to female mice who did not go through it. And they did that twice. The babies that came would not go towards that cherry blossom. They transferred the fear through blood. They transferred it. And this is scientific proof to what we've been saying forever, that our people have been cursed by God for generation after generation. This is why you're afraid of the police. Do you understand? This is why your heart jumps at sirens, because your grandfather was scared of them. Your grandfather was abused. Your grandmother was raped and hung up and lynched. And now the children hyperventilate. And the children just want to go to church. The children just want to please Massa. The children just want white people to like them, because the fear from the trauma of your grandfather is in your blood. I'll keep reading it. Please, Gadaiwan.
Khan, the study. Researchers trained male mice to fear the smell of cherry blossoms by associating it with a mild electric shock. The results: the offspring of these mice and even their offspring were more sensitive to the smell of cherry blossoms than mice whose fathers hadn't been conditioned to fear it.
You understand me? It kept going to where even the other mice began to get it. It just got through the blood of the mice because of trauma, because of pain that can travel through the generations. Continue.
Khan, the mice had more olfactory receptors for detecting the scent and enlarged brain areas devoted to these receptors.
Jesus, do you understand what that means? Over time, because of this trauma, the baby mice, their brains changed to be able to smell cherry blossoms easier. Their olfactory, their noses expanded, and parts of the brain that sense cherry blossoms got bigger. Also, they could protect themselves from the trauma that happened to their great-great-grandfather. That's what happened in mice. They got a physical change over the trauma. This is what happened to you. This is why you are terrified of the UPK. You're scared of us. We're a cult because we're the kind of men that used to get lynched. And you know that. You know it in your blood, don't you? You know in your blood that men like us didn't live long because your grandfather didn't. You don't know him. You don't remember it. It is in your blood to be afraid of freedom. It's in your blood to be afraid of war. Everyone understands? Please.
Khan, the significance. The study demonstrated that traumatic experiences can be passed down through generations.
Well, Akim, that's it. No, hold on. No te des por vencido. Is that right? How do I say give up? Vencido. No one hablas español? Y'all better study. Say, what's ven? Let me look it up. Hold on. Vencido. What does vencido mean? There you go. No te des por vencido. Is that correct, Boyer? No te des por vencido. No te des por vencido. You can't ever give up. You can't give up. If you do, so will your children. Do you understand? They'll keep doing it. Someone has to change the blood in blacks and Hispanics. That's what we're doing. We're breeding better men. We're breeding better women. Don't you understand? We're going to breed the fear out of blacks and Hispanics. We're going to breed the fear out of your blood in the name of Christ. Let's go back to the precept now.
Khan, It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 44, and verse 2. Thus saith the Lord that made thee and formed thee from the womb, which will help thee. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant, and thou, Jeshurun, whom I have chosen.
I think you understand that, right? I think I just broke that down. Everybody understand? I believe that's the question. No te des por vencido. Vencido. No te des por vencido. That's what that's about. Okay, you cannot be afraid. You have to fight through that. Because when you accept that fear, you're going to get high. You're going to sin. You're going to leave the truth. You're going to fight to make sure you never get into the truth. And it's not because, you have some conscience or belief in God that you believe the truth is against. You're just a coward. That's all. That's all. And the time for cowards dying is close. It's very close. All right, where we at now? Good to go?
It's more online, sir.
Please. Let me get up front right here. You got it, warrior.
Salakia, sir, if I could, the whole study of the mice, the study of it is called epigenetics.
I appreciate that, warrior. Give him a hand. Epigenetics. Epigenetics. Okay, go ahead. Anything else? Go ahead.
Our brother wants a breakdown of the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12 and verse 7.
Go ahead.
It's the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12.
Say it one more time with the chaser, please, Akim.
It's the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12 and verse 7. Give unto the good and help not the sinner.
Give unto the good and help not the sinner. What do you think that means? What you think this means has a lot to do with who you are. This is a character check, this precept. And there's a thing everybody's thinking right now when you hear this. Everybody's thinking something, right? Don't say it yet. Don't say it yet. Because this is a character check. It's a character check. And I warned you, right? Okay. And let someone try online. The Bible says what? Read it again.
It's the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12 and verse 7. Give unto the good and help not the sinner.
Give unto the good and don't help the sinner. Keep going.
Verse 8. A friend cannot be known in prosperity.
You can't know who your friend is when you have money or wealth because they like you because you have money and wealth. Keep going.
And an enemy cannot be hidden in adversity.
And when you have nothing, your enemy cannot hide because you're going to find out exactly who your enemy is when you're hungry, when you're down, because that's when your enemy is going to lift up his head to destroy you. All right? Now, that's all I can give you. I'm going to have to get my question answered. I appreciate you, warrior. I'm going to have to get my question answered now. The Bible says, give not to a sinner, only to the good. So give me the scenario when you would do that and how would you do it? Who knows? Okay, you're wise. Give yourselves a hand. Good job. You shut your mouth. Shutting your mouth is the beginning. You know you didn't know, so you shut your stupid mouth. Practice that. Continue that. Pass that through your generation. Okay? Now, here, this question comes up because the Purple Pigs, IUIC, the Christians, they say this means when you're at a gas station and there's a brother out there who's skinny and struggling and dying, don't ever give him $1. Ever. Don't ever give somebody laying in the street who's a drug addict, which is why you got to do a whole drug test before you give a bum $1, don't you? He got to piss in a cup before you give him $1. You got to give a urine sample because you got to make sure he's not getting high, don't you? You make sure. Hold up, you want $1? Hold up, brother. Give me a little urine so I can get it tested. Give me a hair follicle so I can get it tested, run to the lab, and come back before I can give you 50 cents from my cup holder. That's what you think that's talking about. It's not. It's not. Don't ever give money to churches. Ever. Don't ever donate to Kamala Harris. You donate money to Donald Trump, they're sinners. They're sinners. That poor little brother sitting at the gas station, he's a victim. He's a victim. He's suffering and dying. Donald Trump is a filthy sinner. And you keep giving to him. Barack Obama, you keep giving to them. Preachers, I wish Alexa was here. She's not here, right? Tell me how much money the black Christian church makes in Austin. Let's just stick with Austin. All right. How much money do they take in? Then I'll have to expand. I dare not expand it to Houston and to that Olstein. I'm not even going up there. I'm just talking about Austin, Texas. How much does the black Christian church take in? Just take a minute and look it up. All right. Whatever you have is good enough. All right, give me Texas. Or give me one. Is there a famous preacher that everybody knows in Austin? Somebody your grandmamas and your aunts talk about? Go ahead. Huh?
Average black church is raised an estimated of 11.5 billion. That's all.
Yeah, listen. Scrutinize. Ask that brother if he smokes crack at the gas station. Yeah, keep going. Ask him. Make sure what you gonna do with this dollar, brother? That's y'all. That's you. That's you. You want $1? You sure? Well, what you gonna get? What you gonna do? You done made this brother now. He got to tell you some big ass lie now because you see my car broke down over here and I need to get a gas container. He got to tell you some giant lie to get this $1. Then you go to church and give them $11 billion in church. Stop giving money to church because they are sinners eating swine's flesh. They're sinners. Don't ever give to preachers. Now, if you thought this was about not giving $1 to a poor person, then you are a sinner. You're the one that shouldn't get anything. I pray you understand. Because the Bible says ye have the poor always. Provide for the poor. That filthy bastard Judas, when that sister Mary was pouring ointment on the feet of Christ to give him just a moment's comfort before he was to be crucified, Judas saw it and Judas said, why would this woman waste that oil on him when we could use that money and give it to the poor? Meanwhile, Judas was a thief and wanted to steal the money. You hate to see anyone getting some comfort, getting a little help. That brother you giving $1 to at a gas station, you're giving him a little comfort today. I don't give a damn what he does with it. That's his business. That's between him and the Most High God. I want to just relieve his suffering for a moment. That's all. And that is not a sin. I pray you understand. All right, next, please.
Question online, sir.
Please.
Chicago's
in a second. Go ahead, Chicago.
Chicago's question says, what is the school's official stance on free choice and predestined?
Free choice, that's that Catholic concept, I'm assuming, about sin. And predestination, I haven't heard that in years. Predestination is like it doesn't matter what you do because the event is already decided. All of that is nonsense. It's Catholic dogma. It's what Catholics teach so that the mafia can continue to be Catholic. Every Mexican drug dealer you know is a Catholic. All of them. All of them love Santa de Muerta and all those Catholic idols. You go into some Mexican drug dealer's house, you got a table full of Catholic idols everywhere. Catholic idols everywhere. I think the Day of the Dead is coming up. And they're going to love that skull-faced Mary and love and put a pistola in her hand and love her. The Catholic Church wants sinners to join church. They want drug dealers. And the Mexicans aren't different. Every person in the Italian mafia is a Catholic with a rosary around their neck. All of them. The Catholics love to tell sinners to come and join us. And just keep murdering people. Just continue to do it. So because of that, they come up with these concepts. Predestination. You can Google it, but for time's sake, I'll give it to you. This is what it means. God's decision is already made. Nothing matters. Meaning your fate has already been decided before you were born. So whatever you do really doesn't matter because it's already been decided. So now you Mexican drug dealers can just murder your rival because God still loves you because you were supposed to do that. You know who they use this for? John the Baptist and Judas. Those are the two people they use in the Bible all the time. You know what they say about John the Baptist? John the Baptist, yes, he wasn't with Christ, but he had a part to play. Who's heard that term before? He had a part to play. Judas, Judas was supposed to betray Christ. He had a part to play in it. Oh, so Judas wasn't a greedy pig. No problem. So I guess I can be Judas now. And I won't be a greedy pig either. I guess I can be John the Baptist who betrayed Christ and didn't join him because he didn't believe something that Christ taught. I can be those people because it was already decided and they've had their part to play. You're a stinking liar. God requires perfection. What in the hell is the point of this life if not to achieve perfection? What are you, an animal? What do you just get up every day and eat and have sex and go to sleep? Are you an animal? You're a human being with thought and a decision-making ability that a cat does not have. But you have it. Use it. There is no such thing as predestination. That's a lie. There is no, what's the other thing you said up?
Free choice.
Free choice is the same thing, meaning, free will. I believe that's the same thing. Free will is this. Everyone has their free will to do what they want. God does not intervene, meaning it's how they explain the Holocaust. The Jewish people, they say, well, if God exists, why would he let babies die? Why wouldn't he intervene? And then the Catholics say, because God gives us all free choice. He does not intervene. That is a lie. God absolutely intervenes. How do I know? Because I sold drugs and I hurt people and I lost my left hand. I lost my thumb. I lost my forearm. And I deserved it. Do you understand? I went to prison. I went to jail and I deserved it. God intervenes. You ate pork and shrimp and you got diabetes and high blood pressure and heart disease because you deserved it. God intervened. He stepped in. He saw your life. You lied and you wanted to have gay sex, didn't you? And now you have HIV. God intervenes all the time. You're a drug dealer. You're going to be your picture is going to look so perfect on a t-shirt. You are a handsome man. And you're going to decorate t-shirts. There is no such thing as free choice when you get punished for making the wrong choice. Then that doesn't exist then. Because you're going to have sex with the wrong woman and you're going to jail for child support forever. You're going to have sex with the wrong man and you're going to die of AIDS, which is why blacks and Hispanics are dying more of AIDS than anyone on the planet. God absolutely intervenes. And I don't know what choice the Catholics are even talking about. I didn't get one. I got hurt. I pray you understand. Please, warrior, Malakwa.
You know how a lot of the religions take from the Bible and pervert it, like kind of like how the Hindu, they believe in reincarnation, but you come back as a butterfly or a cow or something.
Yeah, correct.
So could it be that when they talk about predestination, could it be something that I guess was rooted in, like in the scripture, I think it's in Romans, the 9th chapter, when it talks about before the children were born, neither have done any good or evil, that the Lord chose Jacob and hated Esau? Is that like something?
They don't even know that exists.
Oh, well, goddamn.
It's a simpler answer. Once you make one lie, then you have to make another one to establish your lie. What lie do you need? There's a reason you need choice. Say the words again you just used.
Free choice.
Free choice, free will, and what else?
Predestination.
There's an important lie that you need to back those up, and I'll give it to you for time's sake. God is all love. That's what you need. If God is all love, then why does he let these babies die in the hospital every day? If God is all love, Why did all those millions of people die in war? If God is all love, then why is there slavery, murder, crime? Well, you see, God doesn't interfere with that crime. He's all love. Well, you see, it's predestination. God doesn't do anything to stop that. He stays out of that because everyone has free will. Those things are how Christians have to believe in that to explain God being all love, because of course it doesn't make any sense that God is all love while people die so much and get hurt so much. But the way they explain it is God doesn't even involve himself in that. God stays out of that. There's free will and free choice. God isn't involved in, oh, that's why all these people are dying. Here's the actual matter. God is the one killing them. Right. That's why people die. God is killing the children. God is killing the old people. God killed all those people who died of COVID-19. Right. God killed them. God didn't stay out of it and close his eyes. God is the one that killed them. Why? So that the survivors could live in fear. Right. That's what he wants. He wants you saying, my God, the Most High God is a terrible, terrible power. I must earn his protection, or else he'll kill me like he killed all of these people, millions of people. God is involved in death. He's the one killing everyone. That's just the truth of the Bible. In the back, please, Malakwa.
It's like it, sir. Even the scriptures say that Jesus has the keys to hell and death.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he absolutely said. Please, come on, warrior.
Go
ahead.
It's on topic. So we basically talking about that first question the brother had brought out, like the predestination and
free will.
Free will. So I got a question real quick, because you said something about John the Baptist and Judah. Mm-hmm. So in Matthew 26, real quick, was this not predestinated, or what would you call this, sir?
No, sir.
When it says Matthew 26:21, it says, and as they did eat, he said, this is Christ speaking, verily I say unto you that one of you shall betray me. 22, and they were exceeding sorrowful and began every one of them to say unto him, Lord, is it I? So my question is this, because you're going to come to Judah, right? Judas, Salakia, sir, Judas. And Judas said, it's me. My question is, we all know it's Judah, but was this predestinated? Judas, Salakia, Judas, was this predestinated?
I have a question for you.
Kind of what kind?
Jesus Christ himself, right?
Kind of what kind?
Before he was crucified, he went on a mountain. What happened to him on that mountain?
He would when you're talking about the fasting, sir?
Yeah, when he's fasted 40 days and
40 days, 40 nights. He was tempted.
And then what happened?
He was tempted, sir.
He was what?
Tempted.
He was what?
Tempted.
Tempted to do what?
To basically however tempt Christ. So like
to do what?
Oh, to save him when he jumped off the mountain.
Tempted to what was he? He was tempted.
He was tempted.
Tempted to do what?
Are we tempted to
give him a shot?
To jump? You talking about for the kingdom?
I'm just talking about what he was tempted to do. Every Christian knows he was tempted, right? Tempted to do what? Sir? Meaning he was. What was he told to do by the Most High God?
On that mountain, sir, he was told to.
Come on. That's all you need. If you get this, man, it's going to unlock your whole mind.
I don't want to. So let me get the.
All you need is that. Jesus Christ. Did the Most High God want Jesus Christ to die for the nation of Israel?
Kind of what, sir?
Yeah, that's what he wanted for damn sure. It's in the Old Testament.
Kind of what, sir?
Even the Pharisees said that he prophesied, being high priest that year, it is meet that one man should die and the nation perish not. He said this prophesying. It was Jesus Christ was supposed to die for the nation of Israel. It was the will of God that he died for the nation of Israel. What was he tempted on the mountain to do?
Let me go to that scripture. Where's that? Hold on.
It's right in front of you. It's like as obvious as it could possibly be, but you got to break your mind to get it. You got to understand something that you do not want to understand, because it would make you more culpable. It would make you more culpable if you did it. That's all. Jesus Christ, it was the will of God that he, first of all, did he die for the nation of Israel? Yes or no?
Kind of what kind,
Did God want him to die for the nation of Israel? So what was all that temptation about on that mountain then? What was that about? What was the point of it? Satan came to him and Satan said, throw yourself off the mountain. The angels will pick you up. Christ said, the Lord God said, thou shalt not tempt the Lord God. Right. Then he said, listen, you hungry. You haven't eaten in 40 days. Take up this stone, turn it to bread. The Bible says this man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouth of God. Then he said, then Satan said the last temptation, if you bow down before me, I will give you all of the kingdoms of this world. And right in front of the eyes of Christ, he saw all the kingdoms of the world. Jesus Christ took a breath and said, the Lord thy God said, thou shalt serve no gods before me. Then his brothers came and said, it's time to go die. His brothers came up there. He went down and he was arrested. He was betrayed, arrested, beaten. His clothes were stripped off of him. They fashioned a crown of thorns and shoved it on his forehead. They ripped the clothes off of him and they beat him. And they made him carry a giant cross to the skull, to the mountain of skulls, where there he was nailed to that cross. The cross was put in the ground and he hung and came near unto suffocation until finally a Roman centurion stabbed him in the side. What was he tempted to do on that mountain? Brother in the back who asked the question.
He was tempted, sir, to bow down.
And if he would have bowed down,
he would have got all the kingdoms then.
What wouldn't have happened?
We would not have been saved, sir.
No, what wouldn't have happened if he would have bowed down to Satan? What would not have happened? It's obvious.
He would not have died for us.
He would not have died. He would have had no front crown of thorns, no beating, no stabbing, no suffocation. He would have never died for the nation of Israel. Was he predestined to die?
No. Sir.
He could have bowed down and he would have never died for us.
Kind of one con, sir.
He asked the Father, Father, if it be thy will, let this cup pass from before me. He asked to not die. He asked, nevertheless, thy will be done. Christ followed orders. It wasn't predestination. He obeyed. That's what life is about. He obeyed. Now I have a question for you about Judas.
Kind of one con, sir.
Could Judas have said, F that?
Kind of one con, sir.
I'm not taking that money. That's my Lord and my King, and I've seen him raise men from the dead. Could Judas have not betrayed Christ? He absolutely could have. He could have said, hold up, Pharisee, wait a minute. I'm a thief and I'm stealing, and you know what? I'm not doing it. Keep your effing 30 pieces of silver. I'm not doing it. Judas, this is how you know he made a terrible choice, because after he betrayed Christ, he hung himself.
That's right.
There is no such thing as free will, predestination. Judas chose to betray Christ. He did not have to. How do I know? Because Jesus Christ chose to die. He did not have to.
Kind of one con.
Jesus Christ did not have to die. He chose to do it. Now you think about that when it's your choice. You think about what you do. You chose it. So many of you think of an excuse to do something evil, don't you? Well, let me give you the great excuse for women. He hurt me. He broke my heart. I was molested. I was touched. I didn't have a father. This bad thing happened to me. I hear you. So does that mean you are predestined to be a slut? Really, you don't have a choice, really? So meaning at 6 years old, when you were touched, your life was predestined. It was no way to get out of it. So wait a minute. At 13, when you hurt someone, or your father left, or your parents broke up, damn, I mean, life was over really at 13, because you were predestined to be a drug addict and a criminal. You're lying to yourself. Right. The Bible says a sinner maketh an excuse to continue in his wickedness. Okay. Christ did not have to die. Judas did not have to betray them. Judas chose to betray Christ for money. Why am I saying that? Because that's in the Bible. It didn't say Judas betrayed Christ because he had to do it, because it was the will of God. That's not in the Bible, young brothers. That's nowhere in the Bible. The Bible says Judas betrayed Christ for 30 pieces of silver. That's what it says. It does not say Judas betrayed Christ because God wanted him to, and he just didn't have any other choice. I don't know what you're talking about. I kind of read that Bible once or twice. I've never seen that. Please, Captain. Here we go. See, there's choice everywhere in the Bible. There's choice in your life, which is the point of all of this. There's choice. They say the same thing about John the Baptist. I think Yakuza, you told me. Somebody said, John the Baptist, he was supposed to do what? What in the F are you talking about? He was supposed to bow down before Christ, give Christ all of his men, and then serve Christ as his disciple. That's what he was supposed to do. You know what he did, though? When he was in prison, his men came to him and they said, behold, he saith, eat my flesh and drink my blood. These are hard sayings that no one can understand. John said, go to him and figure this thing out. They went to Christ and they said, damn, Christ, John told us to come to you because you're talking about drinking your blood, eating your flesh. Jesus Christ said, go back and tell John what you've seen that day. Tell him, behold, freedom is preached to the slaves. The blind see and the crippled walk. Go tell John that. And then John was not in the truth and got his stupid head cut off and he's gone. And the least in the kingdom of heaven is better than him. That's in the Bible, young brothers. I'm kind of familiar with that book. I pray you understand that. Próximo preguntas. Come on. Please, warrior.
Lord Christ, sir, like my question was like in the army, is there any way we can blitz a demon, like as in a victory by attrition?
Absolutely. That's a good idea. Let me tell you, what you'll find is that there's a place for aggression that you are not utilizing. Right? In the Israelite school of UPK, man, I myself, under commanding General Yohana, have learned how to be extremely aggressive. You understand what I mean? Extremely. I mean, to just click a button in my mind where I can use aggression like a painter, like an artist. You understand? And that's something that you can learn. And before you know it, that demon that you think is so strong, so powerful, you attack him so aggressively that he backs off to save himself. That happens. Where he flees. The Bible says that in the Apocrypha about the sister, that they burned that incense before that sister's bed. And the Bible says the demon fled. He ran. He ran to the northernmost part of Egypt. You can make a demon run from you. Run. You think he wants to stay inside of you so that you can be an example to other men on how to fight him? Because if he stays here in a second longer, I'll have the remedy to stop him. Before you know it, he's gone. Because he doesn't want you to get the playbook on how to destroy drug addiction, on how to destroy a sexual demon, on how to destroy childhood abuse. He flees. They run. Yes, you're correct. Anything else?
No, so that was a water, sir.
Warrior. Up front.
So like I said, if I could, is there, what's the best way to explain that Israelites were heathens in the Bible as well? Like they was called heathens before?
You just need the precepts in it. You need Paul was the apostle of the Gentiles, and he himself was a Gentile. That's an excellent one. There's a few more. The best way that I've learned to do it over the years is to explain the concept of being exiled. You can Google this and this will tell you. If you look up, explain Israelite exiles, the precepts that they'll send you to are the precepts that we've been teaching for years about the Gentiles and the heathens. The Bible says that if this same soul does not celebrate the Passover every year on its specific day, that same soul shall be cut off from his people. That term, when you translate it, means exiled. You're exiled. You're thrown away. Give me a Cornelius. Cornelius, Acts 10 and what, Captain, in the back? Please. Microphone, Salaki. I'll just tell me when they're in the, whoever the guard is, tell me when they're in the class, all right? Or tell me when I got to get into my topic. I might need 10 minutes on my topic, all right, about voting, and then I'm done.
Counsel, on the
go ahead.
On the subject of healing, in the council, you know, when Christ said, go to him and him alone. And the third part, when it says go before the church or go before the people, it says treat him like a heathen. That's an Israelite.
God, give him
and
a hand.
God,
That is
treat him
a
like
absolutely perfect. That's what you need. You heard what he said, who asked that question? You heard what the captain said? That's perfect. He said, whosoever does it, treat him as a heathen man or a publican. And of course, they were Israelites who were going to be treated like heathens. That's a perfect precept to bring out to the people that, of course, want to save white people, right? Why do they want to save white people so bad? Do you know? Generational fear. Fear that's been around since the 1600s. Fear. Like imagine being in a group where you can't even be in this group because of who they don't let in. That's a crazy thing. Like, I mean, okay, let me give you how crazy this is. I want to help women with breast cancer. Raise your hand if you think that's a noble idea. Women have breast cancer, it's a terrible thing. I want to help women with breast cancer. Well, you want to do what? What about testicular cancer? You can't help women with breast cancer. You're not helping the men with pancreatic cancer. What about the people with colon cancer? You know what? You are a hate group because you only help people with breast cancer. What about the people with pancreatic cancer and colon cancer? The breast cancer people would go, damn, can't I just help the breast cancer people? Why am I wrong for doing that? You want to help the pancreas cancer? Go do it. Go out there and set up a group where you help people with colon cancer. But I'm evil because I focus specifically. Now what I'm saying is ridiculous sounding, isn't it? Let me give you another one. Listen, I want to have a college fund only for black people. I got a name for it. The United Negro College Fund. You want to have a Negro college fund? What about the Hispanics, the white people, the Chinese? You ain't giving your college fund to the Chinese people? But now I just wanted to help the Negro with college. If you want to help the Chinese and the Mexicans and the Guatemalans and the white people and the West Indians, you could do it. But am I wrong for having a United Negro? That is ridiculous sounding. No one else would even say it because it sounds so insane. How about this? I want to make a sorority. What's a sorority? Is it for everybody? It's not for everybody. Who do you exclude? Who's being treated with racism or exclusion in a sorority? You telling me sororities don't let men in? That's sexism. That is absolute sexism. You telling me a man can't become a member of Alpha Kappa Pi? A man. You hate men. That's terrible. It's funny because it's ridiculous. Do you understand? Here we have a nation of people and only blacks and Hispanics can join. There are a lot of other things that white people can join. You understand? Meaning the White House, the Congress, billionaires, trillionaires, CFOs, CEOs of every damn thing. The one thing they can't be in is One West. That's it. Are we evil? I don't see how we could be evil for that. The precept the captain gave you is excellent. For time's sake, just look up that soul shall be cut off from his people. Look up, give me the one in Acts fast as you can, all right? One in Acts, what is it? Where is it at? Well, Cornelius, when he said, it is unlawful for me, being a Jew. That's the part you need. Go ahead. Whoever has it, just read it. Now, I'm going to get you right next, warrior, all right? Any more questions online? If not, I'm going to go into the topic now. How many? One, and then that's that. And then I'm going to the topic, all right? We're running down the dive one, all right?
It's like it, sir. Mm-hmm. This is the book of Acts, chapter 10, verse 28.
Now, this is, so you understand, this is when this man named Cornelius came to Peter. Peter, of course, is Peter. You know him. There was this man named Cornelius who was a member of the Italian band, meaning he was in the military for Rome. He fought for the Roman military. He was in the Italian band, which was something you could not do and be accepted in Israel. You could not do that. They considered them what? Heathens. They considered them publicans. They were hated and despised because they worked for the Romans. Everybody understands? Now, this is what happened. Go ahead and read.
This is the book of Acts, chapter 10, verse 28. And he said unto them, ye know how that is an unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew.
A man that is a what?
That is a Jew.
That was Peter. He was a Jew. And he learned under Jesus Christ. And before he had a dream, he would have never accepted this military cat. Never. And he learned from Christ. And he said, you know, it is unlawful. That's what you need. Where is it unlawful? In the Old Testament. That soul is cut off from his people. Imagine being kicked out of the school. And if we hear about you talking to that person, we'll kick you out. Think of that concept, because that's what I'm going to do to you. So you should understand it now, so that when I do it, you can know, oh, that's why he's doing this. Because I heard you were talking to, especially you women, because you don't like to cut off a friend because of that thing in you that's weak to anyone that makes you happy. So we kick somebody out of school, that's going to seem like that's so mean to you, and you'll continue to talk to her, because, she was a good sister, and you'll talk to her, and she'll keep talking bad about her husband and yours and the school. And then in 2 months in, you'll go, oh, maybe I shouldn't have talked to this girl. By then I found out about it and I'm kicking you out too. So now you and this girl can go somewhere and gossip about each other because you're not in here anymore. Does every woman understand? So this is that concept. All right. Peter is saying it is unlawful for me, being a Jew, to do what?
To keep company.
To do what?
To keep company.
You know what that means? To keep company. You know what that means? To just be friends, to be around you, to talk to you. If someone gets kicked out of this school, that soul is cut off from his people. Now, Commander General Yohana, being as kind as he is, he doesn't care who you talk to. So if you want to talk to somebody kicked out of the school, you can't. Commander General Yohana doesn't have a rule against that because, he just doesn't care. But somebody else might care. And then it might be a problem for you. We're all in the flesh. We all make mistakes. Keep going.
Come out of Wakan, or come unto one of another nation.
Or do what? So it's unlawful for me, being a Jew, to do what?
Come unto one of another nation.
To come unto one what?
One of another nation.
I want you to focus on, what's the optimal word you need to focus on right there? Do you know?
Another nation?
No. Of. Jesus Christ said, be ye in the world and not what? Young brother up front. Do you know the precept? Be ye in the world and not
of the world.
What does that mean, to be of the world? Say again?
To do what people in the world do.
It is unlawful for me, being a Jew, or keep company with one that is of the other nations. He's not another nation, but he does the things that the people in the other nations do. You need a precept: be ye not in the world, be ye in the world, but not of it. They are not all Israel that are of Israel. There are a lot of white people acting like Jews. You understand? They're of Israel because they keep the law and they get circumcised, but they're not Jews. And there are some Jews that are of the other nations. Do you understand? You just need of. Of means you act like this person. It doesn't mean you are this person. It means you behave like this person. That's all I can do for you. All right. You doctor, the one the captain gave you is excellent. They'll be stunned with that. You give them that one, they're just going to sit there stupid. All right. Anything else? That ain't gonna be the last one, and I gotta go. Come on, up front, please.
Couple concerts. We were talking about the word predestinate earlier.
¿Cuál es tu tribus? You speak Espanol? ¿Cuál
Más
es tu
poquito.
tribu? What does that mean, warrior?
Oh, Zebulon.
Wait, please. What is your tribe? Give him a hand.
What?
While es tu tribu, I can look at you and tell you're not from Issachar.
That's
While
absolutely
es
true.
tu tribu.
Zebulon.
Zebulon, gracias. All right, go ahead.
I just wanted a breakdown of the scripture here that uses the word predestinate, sir.
Please.
It says Romans chapter 8, verse 29. For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his son.
That's what you need. Right after the predestined is all you need.
Okay.
That's all you need. Well, read it one more time.
Okay. Verse 29. For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his son.
Okay, who did he foreknow? That's all you need right there. Who he foreknew, because the people, read a little more.
Okay. That he might be the firstborn among many brethren.
Okay, who did he? You get it's coming to you. Keep going.
Come on. Verse 30. Moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he also called. And whom he called, them he also justified.
Where are we at?
Verse 30, sir.
No, what book and verse?
Oh, Romans chapter 8.
Okay, what is this talking about? Let me give it to you. Israel.
Okay.
Starting with Israel is talking about Jesus Christ and Israel. That's that. Jesus Christ and Israel. The Most High God predestinated that he wanted Jesus Christ to be the king. He predestinated that he wanted us to follow him. What's left? For you to decide.
That's
right.
right.
The last thing. You understand? Keep going.
Okay. If I could just say, because you were talking about how the Christian church, they use the word predestinate to justify the mistakes that they made.
Shalom.
But the scriptures is saying the predestination of you is supposed to inspire you to want to be conformed like Christ instead.
That's it. I'll give him a hand. I don't know. Listen. The Most High God decided from the foundation of the world that he loved blacks and Hispanics. It's predestinated who he loves. He decided he wants us to be the number one people on earth. It is already decided. He decided he wanted Jesus Christ to guide us before this planet was created. He decided it. Here's what's left for you and I to decide. That's what's left for you and I to say, I know what God wants. Now, will I want it? Father, could this cup pass from before me? I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to die. So if you could change your mind, I would like it. Nevertheless, if you have not changed your mind, because your will for me to die is what?
Predestinated.
He wants me to die. He always did. Now I have to decide. And that is life, young man. Life is God already knowing what he wants. God already knowing how he wants this world to be. What in the F are you going to do, though?
Right.
Because that's the thing that's slowing progress down. You know, you're not so predestinated in your moves and your actions. Your moves and actions are wishy-washy. You join the truth, then you leave. Then you call me all night to come back. I can't even work out for everybody who left the truth and got to call me crying to come back into the school, trying to get back in all the goddamn time. I just farm them off to somebody else. Call Tazariak about that nonsense. Call, how's I young? Call somebody else. Jesus Christ, I had to counsel you when you were in the truth. Then you leave. I got a little break then. Then you come back. I got to do this shit again. Yatazak, here you go, up. Enjoy. Why don't you just get some predestination? When you going to get some of that? I have to go. All right, is there anything else? Anything else, Warren?
No, that's too wild. I don't
Why?
want
I gotta get in a battle about John the Baptist. I ain't never battled so much about John the Baptist. And I ain't know nobody cared about John the Baptist. The Baptist. You think, I know what you think. You think I'm getting in the tub with you? Never. I have to get an order in writing from General Yak. If General Mayak said, listen, General Yohana said he wants you in that pool. Mayak, you have to give me that in writing. With all due respect. Now, if I get it in writing, all right, I'll get in the pool with you then. I'll get in there, get all wet to the waist down with you. Because I think you want me in that pool with you. That's what I think. I think you got some fantasy about me and you in that pool. I'll have to get a written order from Commanding General Yohana himself for that to happen. All right, please.
We have the racial other. Oh, you want to start the links or the precepts?
When is the day of voting? When is that coming up? That got to be tomorrow or something, right? A week? How much time do we have before everyone gets to vote? Say again? A week? 5 days, Levi. It's coming up on you. So I'm going to give you a few Let me show you something that's true about life that scientists have already figured out and understand. Go ahead and play it for him, brother. You got it?
Yes, sir. We got it.
Wait, 1 second. This bad thing happened to blacks, Hispanics, and Asians. I've not heard that yet. This bad thing happened to blacks, Hispanics, and people from India. All you will ever hear on the news is blacks and Hispanics. Blacks and Hispanics are dying more. Blacks and Hispanics are suffering more. Blacks and Hispanics are being oppressed more because we, when in the minds of a white man, are the ultimate other people. Meaning there's no way that we can be good and them not be bad. There's no, and if we're bad, they are good. And that is what a sociologist has studied and realizes. This explains the success of Donald Trump because he oppresses the one people that make white people feel good about themselves. Donald Trump makes every uneducated, ignorant white man feel like he is a winner because of his whiteness. Because he's born, he doesn't have to go to college to get it. He doesn't have to be rich to get it. How do you explain Elon Musk? Who knows what the hell I'm talking about? Elon Musk is a hero to the people who love Donald Trump. And Elon Musk hates unions and is making the replacement for you in a factory. I was driving today with my Reebok and my daughter. I'm looking around. What happened to toll booth people? Do y'all have those still? I never even realized that. I haven't seen a toll booth person in years. That was a job. It was a nigga in that booth sitting there like $1, $2, or 50 cents. That job is gone. And I didn't even notice. If you're a truck driver, your job is gone. Elon Musk is making cars that drive themselves. You're not driving for Amazon anymore. Amazon is coming to your house or the robot coming to your house. Elon Musk is making the replacement for white men. He's making a replacement. White men love him because of whiteness, because of the sense of I am better than everyone and I'm born like that. I don't have money. I live in a trailer park. I'm uneducated and I am still better than this college-educated black woman. I'm better than her because I am white. You are the ultimate other people, according to scientists and sociologists and anthropologists. Go ahead, please go ahead. Keep reading. Please play the next video, whatever you have.
We got the videos are taking a While the
Taking some
upload.
time. Just tell me about him and I'll break him down. For
sir.
you. Nice
We got the
and
we got the democracy is a fetish.
Yeah, that's a good one. A fetish. Who knows what a fetish is? Let me give it to you for time's sake. It's a superstition, meaning something that has importance only because it's in your mind, like crossing your fingers, or not putting an umbrella on the bed, or not crossing a pole. Y'all do that down here when you're in the world? You know, there's certain things like you can't do. Say again. Split the pole, Jesus. Split the pole. Walk on a crack. Come on. Yeah, those things are really important to people. They're really important. And it's make believe. Voting is a fetish. It's something that you think has mystical importance. It must happen. It's not based on any fact that it does anything. It's all. And when the Greeks invented it, the Greeks built it so that the common people could feel powerful. Do you understand? When really voting has no power at all. Rich men decide who rules the world, but the poor little person, your grandmama on a fixed income, thinks she chooses the president. That's why they invented it, for that, because that stops revolutions. So now, before the Greeks invented democracy, they had a revolution every 2 years. They would kill each other and fight each other. Then they invented voting that makes the common person like, I'm choosing the king. I'm a grandmother on a fixed income. I choose the king. You don't. You don't, but you think you do. And that's why the trains keep running and the water comes out the pipe and the sun comes up, because every little idiot peon thinks they decide who rules the world. And you do not. It's a superstition. It's not real. Keep going. What else do you have?
I have your precept, sir.
Please.
This is the book of Acts, chapter 17, verse 22.
Mm-hmm.
Then Paul stood in the midst of Mars Hill and said, Ye men of Athens, I perceive that in all things ye are too superstitious.
What city are you over, Rock?
Austin, sir.
This is an impressive young man here. Yatazak. He's impressive. He pulled that precept. That's the one. Okay. This is an impressive young man. What's your name again?
Gadiwan, sir.
Gadiwan. Well done, Ak. This is Paul in Greece. In Athens, Greece, which is the mother of democracy, Athens, Greece. It's where voting and democracy was invented, Athens, Greece. And Paul went there. And this is what he said when he went there. Go ahead.
For as I passed by and beheld your devotions, I found
read from the top, please.
Verse 22. Then Paul stood in the midst of Mars Hill and said, Ye men of Athens, I perceive that in all things ye are too superstitious.
These Greeks, they just were so superstitious. You know, they just covered all their bases. They make sure they never stepped on a crack. Make sure they never split a pole. Make sure they had their fingers crossed whenever they played a number. They were just like that. And that's how they did everything. And they went and set up gods for every god. And then they had another statue and had under the title Unknown God, just in case they missed one. I mean, that's how superstitious they were. And that's where you get voting from the Athenians. As a matter of fact, I think it's predestinated that I have one more drink. I don't have any free will. This ain't my will. This was decided before I came here tonight. Just to chase her, if you don't mind, Warrior. I appreciate you. This ain't me. This was decided before I came down. All right. You're too superstitious. Voting is a superstition. Your life has not changed in 50 years. Listen, people are fighting for civil rights now. Nothing changes. Nothing happens. Nothing happens any different. And if there is a difference, it doesn't change because of voting. It doesn't matter. It's a superstition. It's a fetish. Now, did I invent the term fetish voting? You know, I didn't. This is something that scientists already studied. You can go Google fetish voting. It doesn't exist. The president is not even chosen by the votes. The president is not even decided by the popular vote. It's decided by rich people you don't know. So what in the F are you doing? Why does it matter so much? You're superstitious, just like the Greeks. Everyone understands. Keep going, Godiva. I'm all for that. Give me something else now.
The 50 Cent being paid.
Please. Here's another thing. All these celebrities that come out for Kamala Harris, that come out for Donald Trump. What do you think about them, the Water Warrior? Do you think that, give me some ice if you don't mind, brother. I appreciate you. Do you think they love Kamala? Do you think they love Donald Trump? Every single person who you have seen to support a presidential candidate has been paid for it. And that's how they choose who they're going to support. I'll show you. Go ahead.
Come on, sir. 50 Cent says he turned down $3 million offered.
How much?
$3 million.
How much?
$3 million.
50 Cent was offered $3 million to come out on stage with Donald Trump at Madison Square Garden. He didn't do it. My God, how much did Beyonce get to support Kamala Harris? How much did Hulk Hogan's poor old ass get? $25. He jumped on it. Can you imagine? Listen, this is the most expensive campaign in history. The money that they have to give out, which is why at camp you have to be careful, because there are armies that they can pay to march down the street in support of Donald Trump. And they'll pay each one $25 an hour, $50 an hour just to march down the street. How do I know? Because they did it during the Black Lives Matter movement for Hillary Clinton. And out in Indianapolis, Captain Kaposh and those men of war out there had to go to ground with Black Lives Matter people. With the Black Lives Matter, as black as we are. We had to physically fight them because they were paid to make sure that no one spoke outside who wasn't in support of Hillary Clinton. Where's Black Lives Matter at now? Gone. It's over. The money dried up and that thing is over. Remember, it was on TV every day. It was like it was a juggernaut. It's gone because the money dried up. Can you imagine how much Beyonce got? How much Kid Rock got? How much all of these people got? They offered 50 cents, $3 million to support Donald Trump. He turned it down. What did the rest of them get who didn't? This is a fetish, everyone. None of this is real. Your children are still hungry and they need parents to love each other. You know what's more important? How you get along with your baby's father. That's more important than voting. Whether or not you stay with your baby's father, whether or not you mend your relationships, that's real. Voting is not. But if your child can grow up seeing two parents that kiss each other in the mouth, you'll change that child's life. Just that. Just this is my mother, this is my father. They kiss me, mwah, mwah, and then they kiss each other. You're going to have a child whose life is changed because of that. Because that child will look at you and wake up in the morning and see daddy in the bed with mommy and jump on the bed and laugh. And because of that, your child's life will be saved. That's better than voting. Everyone understands. Next, Proximo.
We got the Donnie Swaggart rebukes the black church.
I'll pass on that.
That's on
some
that.
devil that, of course, is getting paid money to support Donald Trump.
Come on. We have the Tuskegee. Our last one is the Tuskegee
Now, here's the
experiment.
last one. I appreciate you, Godiva Juan. This is the last thing I needed to get into tonight, all right? There are certain slogans and sayings in the Black and Hispanic community that over time have lost their meaning. I'm going to give you 3 of them, the last one being the point I'm trying to make. Here's the first one, the Tuskegee experiment. Raise your hand if you heard of that. Now, everyone has heard of that. In your mind, an example of the Tuskegee experiment is not taking medicine given to you by white people. That's what everyone said during the COVID-19 virus, didn't they? They said black people don't want to get the jab. Why? The Tuskegee experiment. Who has heard what I'm saying? Raise your hand. Everyone heard it. In our minds over time, we think because of the Tuskegee experiment, we should not trust white medicine. That is a lie. That is not what the Tuskegee experiment was about. The Tuskegee experiment was when black men went to the doctor to get white medicine, they were not given it. That's the real Tuskegee experiment. They wanted to see how syphilis reacted in black people. So these black farmers who contracted syphilis through sex went to the doctor, just like white men went to the doctor who contracted syphilis through sex. The white men were given penicillin, which worked to get rid of syphilis. The black people were given sugar pills, sugar water, and a placebo. They were given nothing. The black men died of syphilis. Why'd they do that? Because at the time, they wanted to see how syphilis reacted in black men. They didn't know. That's the Tuskegee experiment. So here's the real meaning of the Tuskegee experiment. White people, when you go to get medicine, they will not give it to you. When it will save your life, they'll give the medicine to white people and they will not give the medicine to you. That is the Tuskegee experiment. Does everyone understand? That's what it really is about. Give me the next one. Was another one. I forgot. It's another. Oh, I got it, warrior. I am my brother's keeper. Who ever heard that term? Everyone says, and when do people use the term, I am my brother's keeper? Oh, am I my brother's keeper? When do people use that? Give General Mayak a hand. I see you, Mayak. Getting it on in here tonight. I see you, warrior. I appreciate you, Mayak. The water. General Cabal, goddamn, there you go again in the back. General Cabal is how I got here tonight. I'd have been driving around in the U, making another U-turn, if not for General Cabal. The phone led me astray. I never get led astray by my phone. General Cabal had to save my black ass from getting lost. Anyway, I am my brother's keeper. When do people use that term? Come on, that's all. Just tell me, sister. The term of endearment. Give her a hand. This is educated. That was a very smart thing you said. Doesn't seem like she's smart. Who's your husband? Give him a hand. Got him an intelligent woman in here. A term of endearment. Who says that? Correct. People use that term as if it's good. You understand? Am I my brother's keeper? Yes, I am. That is not what that term is about. That is what Cain said to the Lord when the Lord asked Cain, where is your brother Abel? Cain had a fresh mouth, like some of you. Some of you call me with a goddamn fresh mouth. Cain had a fresh mouth. Cain said, am I my brother's keeper? Meaning, why are you asking me about Abel? I don't know where he is. Meanwhile, the bastard murdered him and put him in the ground. That is not a term of endearment. Am I my brother's keeper? Is Cain having a smart, fresh mouth with God when God is questioning him about where is your brother that you murdered? Why are you asking me? Am I a keeper? Is like a zookeeper or a sheep keeper or someone that keeps animals. Meaning, if I'm the keeper of the sheep, I know where all the sheep are because I keep them in a fence. I keep them in a cage. So, hey, Cain, where's your brother Abel? What you asking me for? Am I my brother's keeper? You going to get something going to happen to you. Everybody understands? You now, what does the term mean? It means you love your brother. Now, that is not the original meaning of the term. And let me give you the last one, which is my point. A house divided cannot stand. Have you heard that term before? Raise your hand. How do people use that term today? A house divided cannot stand. How do people use the term today? Anyone? Please.
They try to use it for like the government being against each other, like the Democratic and Republican Party being against each other.
Meaning what?
That they should come together instead.
Boom. Today, the term a house divided cannot stand is a lesson on coming together. Meaning, hey, brother, a house divided cannot stand. We got to unify. We have to come together. That is not what that term means. I'm going to show you what it means right now. Now I need the actual precept, Gadaiwan.
Come on, sir.
Everyone tell them where to go.
The book of Mark, chapter 3, I start at verse 22 for context. It reads, and the scribes which came down from Jerusalem said, he hath Beelzebub.
He had what?
Beelzebub.
Beelzebub. Beelzebub means Baal-Zebub, which means the Lord of demons. I need a little more, Rock. Go a step, a taste above it, all right?
Come on.
Give him context.
Verse 21. And when his friends heard of it, they went out to lay hold on him, for they said, he is beside himself.
A little more.
A little more up.
Mm-hmm. Where should we go? Anyone know?
I probably gotta get a different reference, sir.
Give me another one. Give me
Matthew 12, probably.
Yeah, Matthew, yeah. Just find one that's just good. I just would need the context to tell you what this term is actually talking about. All right. It is not positive. It's not positive at all. Whenever you get it, let me know.
Come on, sir.
Keep drinking it.
This is verse 20, Matthew chapter 12, verse 22. It says, then was brought unto him one possessed with a devil, blind and dumb.
One possessed with a what?
With a devil.
With a devil, right? Meaning this person had a demon, and they brought this person to Christ. He was blind and dumb. Blind meant he could not see. Dumb meant he could not talk. That's the old version of dumb. It meant you were not. They call it today being nonverbal, right? Many autistic children are nonverbal. At one time, that term meant dumb. They were nonverbal, and this person was blind, and they brought this person to Christ. Keep going.
And he healed him.
He did what?
He healed him.
He healed this nonverbal blind person. Jesus Christ healed him. Keep going.
And so much that the blind and dumb both spake and saw.
Let me tell you something. This is how powerful the healing was. The person saw and spoke after Jesus Christ healed them in the name of his Father. Keep going.
And all the people were amazed.
My God, can you imagine? Everyone that was there said, Barakatah Yahweh Yahushua. They could not believe it. They were amazed by it. Continue.
And said, is not this the son of David?
God damn, listen up. After they saw this, they said, this must be the heir to David's throne. This must be the Christ. As you know, the Christ was the heir to David's throne. If he's the son of David, which means he must be the king of Israel, not Herod. This is the real king. Is not this the son of David? He just made the blind see and the dumb talk. Isn't this him? Keep going.
But when the Pharisees heard it.
But what?
But when the Pharisees heard it.
Let me tell you, there are some evil people in charge of the nation of Israel, brother. They're called Creflo Dollar, T.D. Jakes, your grandmama's pastor, your Catholic priest, the Pope, Farrakhan. And they are so wicked and so evil and paid by politicians to support them like 50 Cent was, that they'll turn the hearts of the people from the true king of Israel. While you're right now worried about who should be the king in Washington, D.C., there is a king of Israel that desires his seat on the throne tonight. And you won't give it to him. You won't give him the supremacy over this nation because of your religious leaders. And they were there that day 2,000 years ago. As these people saw the blind see and the dumb talk, then the Pharisee came and they said this. Keep going.
They said, this fellow doeth not cast out devils, but by Beelzebub, the prince of the devils.
They couldn't deny the act because it was witnessed. They just explained it in a way to make it evil. You understand? This fellow, he doesn't cast out demons because God gave him the power. He cast out demons because Satan gave him the power to cast out demons. That's how he did that. Satan empowered him to be able to make the blind see and the dumb talk. That's how this Pharisee explained this miracle. Keep going.
And Yahushua knew their thoughts.
Yahushua could read their minds, understood what they were thinking about what he just did. And this was his response. Go ahead.
And said unto them,
listen carefully, young brothers and sisters. Carnales Ikonalas. Keep going.
Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation.
Listen carefully. If a kingdom is divided against itself, it will be destroyed. There is no kingdom that can survive if it is divided. Keep going.
And every city or house divided against itself shall not stand.
And if there's a city or a family, which is a house, that's divided against itself, that family or that house will not survive. Keep going.
And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself.
Read it again.
And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How shall then his kingdom stand?
Akim, Akwafian. There is no way that voting could ever work because Satan cannot cast out Satan. It's impossible. There is no way it could work. Because if voting actually worked, America would fall. It couldn't exist. America has been around for 200 years, had 1,000 votes, had a vote since George Washington. America is still here because no matter who you change, this country is still controlled by Satan. Satan won't cast out himself. So how in the hell could Kamala Harris cast out Satan? If she did, what would happen? If Kamala Harris was the true answer to revolution in America, what would not exist the next day? America. It would be gone. If Donald Trump was truly the answer, like you know who supports Donald Trump, which is always telling to me. U.S. soldiers who are former U.S. soldiers, white men. You know who hates the government? White men who used to be in the military. What? Who used to be in Esau's military? Raise your hand. Okay. Warrior. Tell me, explain this to me, Warrior. Give DC a hand out here. This warrior out here from DC. He's another impressive man. This cat here is impressive. Everybody understands. You've seen white men who fought in Esau's military, right? What do they hate now? The government. Why do white men who served in the Marines, the Navy, the Army, why do they hate the government? Because they know it. That's the only real answer, right? They've been in it, so they know it, so they hate it. They're stupid. They should have never joined it. Do you understand? There is no way voting could work for one simple biblical reason. Satan cannot cast out Satan. It can't happen. Kamala Harris can't change America because if she could, there would be no America. Do I need to explain this further? Give me a thing that you would like Kamala Harris to change. I'll tell you why it can't happen. You pick it. Anything? Give me one thing. Now, this is random. This is an exercise. Give me one thing that you'd be like, damn, if Kamala Harris get in here, this is going to stop. Give it to me, and I'll explain to you why it can't stop. In the back, Levi. The hatred towards Haitians and Puerto Ricans. Now, Kamala Harris gets in the White House. Now, no one hates Haiti anymore. What happens in Haiti because of that? If no one hates Haiti and no one hates Puerto Rico, then what happens? Come on.
Haiti gets to govern itself.
Haiti would now have the right to govern themselves. Haiti would have their own president, their own government. They would fight for themselves. Who would lose if Haiti governs themselves, Levi? You know who goes poor if Haiti gets better? Who got rich because Haiti got poor? France, America. You understand? The whole Louisiana Purchase is because Napoleon was fighting a war and could not afford Haiti anymore. Haiti became to be a burden on France. America got Louisiana, got the entire damn South. They prospered because of it. Haiti gets more and more poor. The World Bank gets more and more rich. If Haiti prospers, the World Bank goes poor. That's just one. Haiti can't ever have money and prosper because then rich men will go poor. It's a consequence of the prosperity of Haiti. Haiti says, now, if Haiti keeps its money, who doesn't get the money? The World Bank, France, America, Africa now. Haiti can't ever prosper. Can Mexico prosper? Mexico now is a hellhole, and the fighting and everything. Who's going to do well because of the problems in Mexico? America is going to do well. So you understand, there's not a thing that Kamala Harris can fix. Can I give you another one? Prisons. You hate prisons. You want prison reform. I'm sure you do, right? If black people stop going to prison, and there's no more black people going to prison because Kamala Harris determined that she's going to end it. Who suffers? Raise your hand. The police. If you don't have people committing crime, do police need overtime? Do you need a lot of police officers? You start firing police officers. Can I prove it to you? Firemen are suffering right now because of brick and sprinkler systems. You understand? Because of the invention of sprinklers and asbestos and brick, fire companies have to shut down. Now, if a nigga falls on the street with a heart attack, who comes? A fire truck. And could someone do this for me? Because my wives will not let me do this. I'm gonna confess this here. Every time I see a fire truck tending to somebody that dropped dead of drugs, I turn to my wife and say, I want to get out the car and go ask this fireman, why in the hell does a fire truck come to a drug addict that fall on the street? Of course, my wife thinks that I'm a lunatic because I want to do that. Somebody else do it, all right? Somebody else going, when you see a giant big red fire truck, because there's one nigga on the street hyperventilating, say, listen, fireman, why are you bringing this fire truck out here? Because there are no fires anymore. There's not enough fires to employ firemen. So what do fire trucks come to now? Somebody had a heart attack. Somebody, fell out because of drugs. They bring a fire truck to that, because if not, they would have to fire the firemen because there's no more fires. If you wanted to help firemen, what would you need? You need houses to burn down. That's Haiti. That's the black community. That's the Hispanic community. If you don't have fires out, how do you fund the white men who became firemen with giant mustaches? They don't have any jobs anymore. Where are the police going to do if you don't commit crime? The white men will do, right? If white men don't get to become police officers, you know what they'll do? Militias. Oh yeah, brother. Those white men better have jobs every Monday. Every Monday. Or else those white men will take up guns against America. You have to give them jobs, which means you can never stop crime in our community, because those white men must have jobs, or else those white men will fight the government that they hate already. There is nothing that can be fixed. There is no way that voting could fix anything, because Satan cannot cast out Satan, because if it did it, the country would fall. Voting cannot fix anything, but I'm going to give you something that can fix something. I'm going to give you something that does work. Everybody understands? Last precept. It's 10 o'clock on Mr. Zaryake. What about cross the line? Somebody tell me about Harlem, about whether or not we're going to cross the line. No, Salakia warrior. My apologies, all right? Let me get, somebody had their hand up just now? Stand by. Give me Isaiah 29 and 21. Give me Isaiah 2. She brought my glasses. Give me Daniel's. My apologies. Daniel 2 and 21, and that's that. All right. Anything else in the room? Any questions? Preguntas. Am I pronouncing that correct, warrior? Pronounce. Say it. Let me hear you say it. Preguntas. Próximo. Preguntas. Gracias. Go ahead.
Salakia, sir. Just to speak to what the point you're bringing out now about Satan not being able to cast out Satan. Like our oppressor is so devilish. No, he thinks ahead. So you think about the crime bills they passed in the 90s or in the 80s to make sure that prisons don't go empty today. And then you think about healthcare. They make these bills and they fight these legislators so they don't get free healthcare to keep people coming back. Even the dentists have candy in the damn dentist. You know what I'm saying? You leave there to say, hey man, you got all these cavities, you get these silver caps and take this lollipop on your way out. See you again, nigga.
I see something in the man here because I have never realized that. Give him a hand. This is an impressive man too. I have never realized that until you just said that. Why is there candy in the damn dentist? Satan can't cast out Satan. I believe that's your point, Malakwa. Yeah, the dentist can't stop you from getting cavities. How in the hell is he going to survive? That's voting. Like it just can't work. Don't think, will it work or pop? If it works, America is destroyed. Right. It can't. There must be a permanent underclass. Otherwise, there's so many things that you can't have. If there's no underclass, the prison, and these small towns the prison is their entire economy. Those towns the prisons are in, that is the economy of that town. A prison. What are you going to do? Get rid of prisons? Get rid of crime? You're going to cripple the economy. Are you going to try to get rid of Christmas? You can't. You cannot. You cannot do that because it cripples the society. Crime must happen. This is the precept I'm about to give you. Crime is essential to the economy. Read the precept. The one you have it, Slock. Did I give you the right one? I believe that's it. I want to say Isaiah.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 29, verse 21. That make a man an offender for a word.
They make a man an offender for a word. That's crime. That's the criminal justice system. They have to think of a way to make you a criminal. Your window tint will do. A crack in your windshield. The light being. I think about being pulled over because your lights are off. You ever had that happen before where you forget to turn your lights on, right? The cop pull you over. You could just flip the damn switch and turn the lights on. No, we're here to make money tonight. We're not letting you just click the damn switch. You got to get a ticket for this. That's the point. They need your lights to be off. They need that inspection every year. They need you to do this. They need to find ways to make you a criminal. That happened in Ferguson, Illinois. That happened in all these. I'm sure it's happening to you, where you wonder why are we doing this? These things are happening to find ways to make you a criminal, to make the average brother a criminal who doesn't sell drugs, who isn't a criminal. But you didn't get this signed on that day. You didn't fill this paperwork out. You didn't get this permit. So now you're a criminal. They make you an offender because of a word. Some small thing you said. That's what happened. That's what happens to the UPK every day. We go and say something and now we got to get killed for it. The FBI got to follow me all over the goddamn earth and say my name in front of me because he was so effing stupid. He must have been a trainee. I think about him every day. This cat just said my name in front, my slave name. I so want to tell you my slave name so you could get it. And this cat, imagine a cat saying, Trevor Henry. Imagine that's your name. I'm on the plane. The woman said, where's your seat? What's your name, sir? Trevor Henry. I said, well, that's a coincidence. Because that's my name. He said, Trevor Henry, I mean John Williams. That happened. Going to North Carolina. Yeah, so this is what has to happen. Why? Because I said Jesus is black. What in the hell is this all for? Because I said that the Israelites are blacks and Hispanics. Some devil has to follow me on a plane, sit directly in front of me. A plane ride? They make you an offender because of a word, something you said. Go ahead.
And lay a snare for him that reproveth in the gates.
And they lay a trap for him that reproves in the gates. General. Yeah. That's kind of our life, is it not, General? Right? That's kind of what we do every day. We reprove people, we correct them. And because of that, there are people that are setting a trap for us. That's them. That's the legal system and the court system and the police. That's how it works today. Without it, you can't have America. You can't have this place without it. Satan cannot cast out Satan. So when someone asks you, why don't you vote? Especially if they're a Christian, just tell them, a house divided against itself cannot stand. That's why I don't vote. Because a house divided against itself cannot stand. There's no way that my vote, my choice, could stop America, because a house divided against itself cannot stand. That is why Jesus Christ said it. He said it to tell people, don't tell me that I work for Satan. I just cast out Satan, which means I don't work for Satan because I cast him out. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Everyone understands. Come on. Please.
I said that reminds of the story when they said they had to stop Christ because if they believed on him, then they would be put out of their seat and power.
Forget about it. That's a perfect precept, and give him a hand. That's exactly what they said. They said they had to stop him because if we leave this man thus alone, all men will believe on him, and the Romans will come and take away our place and our nation. You have to do something about it. There is when this election happens, the sun will come up. There'll be another day. It'll just keep going on, and nothing will change at all. But if you stop smoking, everything will change. If you stop smoking, if you could make that change, you could give up weed and marijuana, everything changes in your life. If you could make a decision with a clear mind, everything changes. If you and your wife could not argue in front of the children, everything changes. That's real change. Everyone understand? General Cabal.
Brother after that.
What's his name? Suspended 20 years? That's plenty of time. Okay, I don't know who the hell that is, but listen. I hear you. I don't know who that is, but I'm sure I'm happy that any brother gets out of prison. You let a brother out of prison, you're getting a second chance, and I'm happy for you. Who else the brothers would tell me about was getting out of prison? Big Meech. That's what the brother told me about. I don't know who the hell Big Meech is. I'm sure he raps or something. He don't rap. Oh, shit, and I don't know who the hell we talking about. I thought he was a rapper. If he's not a rapper, he's a brother getting out of jail. I'm happy for any brother that is getting out of jail. Just, of course, know the Lord gave you great mercy. You should allow, if you're allowed out of prison, you should give credit to the God that sits in heaven, that is merciful upon the sinner. And you should come out of jail, brother, and thank the Most High God and earn the right of his forgiveness. All right? Whoever Big Mitch is, go ahead and do that. All right? Is there anything else? Who's the guard? Please pass the your name again. Please pass the class over to Officer Dawud. Give him a hand.
Akim Amajim. Do a courtesy salute for our teacher. Individual Imagine Shabbat. I imagine. Barak. Yahweh Shimmy Al Shabrakatah.
Yahweh Shimmy Al Shabrakatah.
Yagya Matah. Sisters, you can imagine, which means to stand. We'll do a courtesy salute for our sisters. So, Brother Sar, turn to face our sisters. We'll do a courtesy salute. Individual Imagine Shabbat. I imagine. Barak. Yahweh Shema Al Ba Shimmy Al Shah. Yagya Matah. Class dismissed.
Absolute garbage. The most corrupt, horrible people. These are horrible people. These are sick people. We're up against very bad, evil people. It's an evil force. And the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. It's the people that surround her. They're scum. All the scum that we have to deal with that hate our country. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. And there's a lot of hatred.
I'm out of words. That edition of Pot Meat Kettle brought to you by the candidate who has framed the final days of his campaign for president around the idea that there's an enemy within in this country and he'll use the military to get them. Of course, latching on to a since clarified comment about garbage made by someone who's not running for president anymore was a grasping at straws defensive response on Trump's part, an effort to distract from the Trump campaign's own unforced error about Puerto Rico. The Kamala Harris campaign wants to make sure voters don't forget it in the form of a brand new 6-figure ad buy in Spanish, Somos Más, We Are More, will air across the battleground states in the coming days. To quote the ad, this November 5th, Trump will understand some people's trash is others' treasure. Joining me here at the table, actor and activist, my dear friend Rosie Perez. She's heading to Pennsylvania to campaign for Vice President Harris after she leaves us. And Victor Martinez is here, radio host and owner of La Mega, the radio station in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I'm going to get you two together because you're going to be in the same place, but we'll trade digits afterward. Rosie, let me start with you to your reaction to. I feel like we end up on the phone together when we think nothing else can shock us or break us our hearts, and then you hear something like that that shocks us and breaks our hearts. What did you think when you heard that?
Shock, utter shock. I was angry. I was hurt. That's what people don't really talk about. How racism hurts. How insults like that really, really hurts. But I have to tell you, they picked on the wrong people.
Right? So what's happening? I mean, because I live in this sort of ecosystem where all I hear is it's really hard to break through. This cut through like a hot knife through frozen butter.
It did. And here's the thing that people keep forgetting about what happened on that night. It wasn't just insults thrown at Latinos and Puerto Ricans specifically. It was also African Americans. It was Jews. It was Palestinians. And it was women.
Yeah.
The way they were talking about women was disgusting. But what was the biggest backlash from? Puerto Rican people, Latinos. We don't take it. We don't take it lying down, and everyone's going to see.
So what do you think is going to happen?
I think people are going to go to the polls. There's a lot of people that are on the phone. You know what's sad is that when it did happen, there were certain people in my circles that are Republicans and certain people who are MAGAs, right? And that's a distinction, right? Radio silence from the MAGAs for days. These are Puerto Ricans. They had no response. There was no defense. And the other ones, the Republicans that are Puerto Ricans, that are family members of mine, that are friends of mine, they were thoroughly disgusted. They were just as disgusted as I was. And I found that to be very, very hopeful.
Because I think it's instructive for other groups that it feels like he's maligned women. I mean, he started in 2016 bragging about grabbing women between the legs and then doubled down in a deposition and said, you've been able to do that for 1 million years. But it feels like there's a numbness. Why aren't Puerto Ricans numb?
Because we have that spirit and we have that pride. You could knock us down 100 times and we will get back tenfold. We will get back up each and every time. You know, the thing that was shocking to me was how Trump didn't get ahead of this. He could have had a John McCain moment. But then again, he's no John McCain, right? Right. Remember when that person was in the audience and was throwing disparaging comments to Obama about Obama? John McCain went over to that woman and took the mic and said, no. He's a good man. We think differently, but he's a good man. That
Loves his country.
He loves his country. Mm-hmm. That could have been Trump. And he would have just, but it's not in him. And that's the point. We are looking at character here. And how are we going to vote for someone like that, who talks about us like that, who allows negative comments to just go on like that? He has yet to apologize. Mm-hmm. He keeps saying, I didn't think it was a big deal. Mm-hmm. You know, and then trying to jump on Joe Biden's mistake. And it was a mistake. At least Joe Biden got in front of it. You know?
And Harris's distance herself from it.
Yeah. And exactly. But, you know, all the times he's called people that don't agree with him scum, garbage, degenerates. The list can go on and on and on. The nerve that he has right now. And he's only doing it because he's desperate, because he knows he messed up.
Victor, what are you hearing from your callers? You've been so great about giving us real-time inputs.
Well, I'm going to pick up where Rosie was telling you about us and being proud. I know you want to talk to me because I'm from Pennsylvania, but I'm here to give you a little bit of news. The reason why I'm talking to you from inside of a car right now, it's because I'm in Orlando, Florida. You know why I'm in Orlando, Florida? I'm in Orlando, Florida, where 500,000 Puerto Ricans live because the Puerto Rican community and the Puerto Rican leaders in the community are making a move. They're trying to unify the Puerto Rican community, the 500,000 Puerto Ricans in the Central Florida area and the 1+ million Puerto Ricans in Florida, to try to get them together, energize them, and get them out to vote in Florida on November 5th.
I mean, this is so instructive in terms of the mental shift you need to win elections. I mean, just give me more of where that comes from, and this idea that we have the power. I feel like some of what Trump benefits from over and over again is the disempowerment. That group, well, he's just going to do what he's going to do. His base isn't going to care. It feels like what you're both saying is that even people that thought they were aligned with him are reconsidering, and not just reconsidering, but trying to change the outcome of the result, even in Florida?
Well, you have to look at the history of Puerto Rico. Oh, I'm sorry, Victor.
Victor,
no, I was. It's funny because I know what you're going to say, and I was going to say the same thing. If you look at the history of Puerto Rico, Puerto Ricans have gone through so much adversity through our history that it's in us. It's in our blood. Like Rosie say, we get knocked down, but we get up again. And again, I've said it in other interviews, there's two things that you don't mess with when it comes to Puerto Ricans, and that's the island and the flag. Those things are sacred to us. We don't mess around. You can play with us. You can make fun of us. You can make fun of our accents. We'll have fun with you. But going after our island, going after our flag, it's like going after our mother. You know, those are things you don't mess with. You just don't mess with those things. And when we spoke the other day, I mentioned this to you. He brought everything from what happened with Maria back. Yeah. Right. That wound was healing. We were mad at him when it happened years ago, but then all of a sudden that wound got scratched and now it's bleeding again. And so this time around, so close to the election, Puerto Ricans are just getting up. I mean, we were talking about what my audience is saying in Pennsylvania, and exactly what Rosie was saying. What's getting people madder and madder by the hours is the fact that now Trump has had multiple times to get in front of a camera and say, listen, my campaign doesn't agree with those things. That's not what I believe. But over and over and over again, I mean, while sitting in a garbage truck They ask him the question about Puerto Rico, and listen, I don't know. I don't know the comedian. Not a big deal. And so that just makes people even madder. Like, okay, so day 1, day 2, day 3, it's not a big deal. It was a love fest. I was proud to be part of the event. So that just keeps robbing the wound, and then the blood keeps coming out, and our hearts get even darker. And so again, look where I'm at. I'm in Orlando, Florida, because they're trying to rally the Puerto Rican community in Orlando, Florida. Again, 500,000 Puerto Ricans just in the Central Florida area, to see if they can mobilize them and get them out to vote.
Between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign, Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. It took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. they can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and in asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
Because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question.
you
Would you
could
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter, He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people are
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
We got to
This is the
continue
one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake
Trump,
Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, Fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you.
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
But
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican,
judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time
I
is up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approved the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe, because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this. Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin? And would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch?
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strong men instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
you, Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond.
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan? And can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to give. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this. live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.